Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. Now, please join me where we listen to a video, play the national anthem, and remain standing, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance together. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everyone. So now is the time for our moment of solemn expression. Tonight, we're very pleased to be led in our moment of solemn expression by Rabbi Stephen Einstein of Congregation B'nai Tzedek in Fountain Valley. And so thank you for being here. Rabbi Einstein, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Jewish community is in the midst of our fall holidays. We've just completed the ones that more people in the room have heard of probably than some others, and that's Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, the Jewish New Year, and the Day of Atonement. But we're not finished. We're continuing. Leviticus chapter 23 in the Bible lays out the festivals and says that just 5 days after the Day of Atonement, we have the festival of Sukkot, which is the festival of booths, in which we build small booths in our backyard usually, and it's a reminder that life is fragile. The homes we live in, those of us who are fortunate to have homes, we know not everyone in our community does, but those who do, we're grateful for that. And it makes us more aware when we're in a hut that isn't our permanent home. It's a harvest festival, and some scholars believe that the American Thanksgiving actually does have at least part of its roots in this festival of Sukkot, because the pilgrims were very careful Bible readers, and they saw there that when you bring in the harvest, you give thanks to God. Well, actually, any day and every day is a good day to give thanks to God, as the psalmist taught us, and it's my prayer, a brief prayer, and that is, Hodu l'Adonai ki tov ki leolam chasto. That's what the prophet said, the psalmist. And the message is very simple. Give thanks to God, for God's love and loving kindness for us is everlasting. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all the City Council is present.
Great. Thank you very much. Madam City Attorney, is there a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No action was taken in closed session that is reportable, but direction was given.
Okay. Thank you. This evening we have one presentation, and it's for the 2024 Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So tonight we are proclaiming October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. This month-long campaign is part of a global effort to raise awareness about the critical importance of early detection, education, and ongoing research in the fight against breast cancer. Breast cancer remains the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women in the United States, aside from skin cancer, with 1 in 8 women facing an invasive diagnosis in their lifetime. This year alone, nearly 300,000 new cases are expected to be diagnosed in women and more than 2,800 cases in men. And despite significant advances in research and treatment, over 42,000 lives are lost to breast cancer each year. That is why the work of the Susan G. Komen Foundation is so vital. The foundation is a leader in the fight against breast cancer, and its mission extends across multiple fronts, from supporting groundbreaking research to providing essential patient services and educating the public. This year, they have made an immense impact, delivering more than $11 million in financial assistance and helping more than 38,000 patients through the Komen Patient Care Center. Together, we can make a real difference by spreading awareness and encouraging early screenings. It is in that spirit that I proudly proclaim October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Costa Mesa. Now I'd like to present the proclamation. And we thank you you can come on up, to Jazz Kaur, a board member of the Susan G. Komen of Orange County. And here's a few excerpts of the proclamation that we're going to present after we give Jazz the floor to say a few words. But here goes the excerpts. Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to increase public knowledge about the importance of early detection, breast cancer diagnosis, and treatment. Breast cancer remains the most frequently diagnosed type of non-skin cancer and is the second most common cancer among women. Susan G. Komen is the world's leading nonprofit breast cancer organization working to save lives and end breast cancer forever. Susan G. Komen educated more than $2.5 million on million people on breast cancer and health through community-based education programs. During National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we honor the incredible fortitude of breast cancer survivors and offer our heartfelt support and prayers to those currently battling the disease. And as a community, we remember the precious lives lost to breast cancer and the families forever changed as a result. By educating ourselves and supporting innovative research, we will improve the quality of life of all Americans affected by breast cancer and one day defeat this terrible disease. I, therefore, John B. Stevens, the mayor of the city of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Costa Mesa, and urge all residents to become aware of the impact of breast cancer has in our community and join us to honor the survivors and remember those who have lost their battles. So with that, Jazz, you have the floor to make a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Jazz Kaur. I've been with the Susan G. Komen board for approximately 7 years. I have my co-board member, Rebecca, here, who's going to say a few words. But all in all, what made me join the board and be truly committed to this cause was like my own story. I had lost my first cousin. She was 26-year-old. She lost her life to this deadly disease of being diagnosed within a couple of months. She had a year-old child, and as soon as that happened, in the same year, I lost my aunt, and my mother-in-law got diagnosed, and the next year, it was 3 of my very close friends. So when I looked at the stats and what's happening around, I was like, what can I do? And that's when I work at PIMCO. I was approached to join a board, and I just wanted to commit myself to this cause. Coleman's mission is to eradicate breast cancer from the face of this earth, and we are truly committed to this cause. So every dime, every money we raise, it just goes into the Coleman research. I'll pass it down to Rebecca to say a few more words, and we both are deeply humbled and beyond grateful to you for everything, Mayor, and for having October as the dedicated month. So thank you. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you, Jazz. Rebecca?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for having us here tonight. My life has come full circle tonight because I grew up down the street on Lavender Lane, went to school here, and went to college back there, and here I am back at City Council tonight. So a long time ago when I was playing at Wacom Park, and you said, someday you're going to grow up and make it to be a grandma, but you're going to have breast cancer first, and then you're going to come to City Council and tell them thank you, I would have said, what? And kept swinging. So here I am. I'm a 19-year breast cancer survivor, and I found Komen through a grant that you would think that I needed for care, right? No, I had excellent health care through my husband's work, but what I wasn't covered was mental health care, and there was a grant that was being passed through that back then kind of was, we didn't talk about going to mental health care while we're going through breast cancer, right? We're just lucky to be alive, and I received assistance to get counseling and therapy through that and after my diagnosis, and I remember thinking, I'm so young, but I have a 2-year-old, and I want to be a grandma someday. So I am, and I have 3 grandchildren. They're 5, and I have a set of twin grandbabies. And actually, the twins haven't been to Wacom Park yet, but I plan to take them for full circle pictures. But I'm very grateful to be here tonight and to share with you how important this is and the color pink. I see you all wearing it, which is very exciting. And I know some people are like, oh, more pink, what is it, what is it? But it is awareness. It invokes a season, at least in me it does, and for a lot of us who've come to know why it's a color, because it makes you think. If you see me wearing pink or the ribbons or someone or the scarf, and it reminds you or your aunt or your grandmother who hasn't gone to her mammogram to say, hey, did you go? Nothing's abnormal, right? If it reminds you to do that, then we've done what we can do at a base level, right? Then we raise funds for treatment. Now, even more than ever, I can tell you because I was 33, don't do the math, please, but, and I know that the science that we've been funding has changed because I had a genetic test, and thankfully I was not BRCA positive, but a few years ago, I redid that genetic test, and the markers and everything that they were testing me for had changed in those 15 years. How come? Because there was research being done, because we were funding it, Komen was funding it, one of the biggest fundraisers to give back to research at the university level. Some of this research is being done, and to be clear again and know that I carry no DNA markers to my 3 daughters, my granddaughters, and to be so thankful for that. So, and I'm serving on the board with Jazz. So also, again, if you would have told that little girl on the swings watching soccer, that's what was going to happen, she would have just thought you were crazy. So I'm really grateful to be here. If you go to the Komen.org, there are a few places in around here, Costa Mesa, that are giving back for the whole month of October. If you see someone in the community that has, we're giving back to research, we're giving back to Komen, we're giving up, please shop there, get something, do something, because you are contributing. Every dollar is so important, contributing to the further advancement so that my granddaughters, someday it's just a memory for them, and to know that the cutting edge, everything is there for them to access for those future generations. So I really appreciate you having us here tonight, and I love being back home in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. So now the council's going to come down, we'll take a photo. sure it'll be on that great, but. Thank you, Tony. We can come back? No, you're good. All right. Okay, that was our one presentation. Thank you very much, everybody who participated in that and for your patience. So now we go to public comments. Public comments, you can talk about anything that's on the consent calendar or any other topic that's not on our regularly noticed items. And you have 3 minutes within which to talk. If you speak Spanish during your comments that's translated, you get 5 minutes. We go to the people in the chambers first, and we'll go to Zoom. You'll hear some type of a bell at 2 minutes. Please wrap it up. The mics are cut off at 3 minutes. So let's start. Let's start over here with Mr. McAvoy. You have the floor, sir.
Good evening. I'd like to talk about a couple items tonight. First, I want to talk about West 19th Street and how terrible that is for traffic. I actually saw my first accident in person today, where a car headed westbound on 19th Street was trying to skip around the traffic to turn left on Placentia and crashed into a car leaving the alley. So again, the comment was made that the 19th Street is safer. I don't think it actually is. There's a lot of people cutting through the adjacent neighborhoods. We've created cut-through traffic on my street because people don't want to drive down 19th Street between Monrovia and Placentia, so we have cars racing down my street all the time. If you go next door and you type in West 19th Street, you can find posts and you can read people saying that I am no longer driving down 19th Street. I'm going to cut through the adjacent neighborhoods. So there is impacts that are actually affecting the neighbors. Now this leads into my second point. We have an election next month, and this is a chance for us, the residents, to hold our public officials accountable. So just a heads up, gas is going to go up 65 cents a gallon after the election due to our democratically run state. So we can hold Democrats accountable here, and we need to. Anything that's going wrong in the city, it's their fault. The pot shop ordinance, their fault. West 19th Street, their fault. Measure K, which is going to destroy the city, their fault. Measure K has added, or will add, just from 2 projects, 16 miles of cars to our street. And it's not going to solve a housing crisis. They didn't care that the residents voted in Measure Y. So again, I hope that we can have an informed electorate, because when we vote among party lines, we destroy our state, our city, our county. So I hope that people become informed and we can avoid having a council like this and have a council that doesn't work for Sacramento, but in fact works for Costa Mesa residents, because this council doesn't work for us. And I want to end on this. This council appointed a planning commissioner member who believes that businesses don't need to provide parking. He stated that last night. That's insanity. The damage that this council has done and will do through the years to our city is absolutely terrible. So fix 19th Street, put the residents first, and please don't vote Democrat this election. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Honorable Council. My name is Constance Esposito. My colleagues and I live in Orange County and are volunteers with United Sovereign Americans, not spokespersons. United Sovereign Americans, USA, is a nationwide organization with thousands of active volunteers in over 20 states. Today, we come to you as concerned citizens sharing alarming information about our state's voter roll database. Research of the state's voter database was done through hundreds of hours of research conducted by highly qualified and credentialed data teams. An analysis of the 2022 election researched by the highly qualified data teams using only official data provided by California elections officials indicates serious issues with compliance of federal law. We are here to present to you and the public the results of the aforementioned analysis showing the votes cast, counted, and certified may not all be valid and accurate under the Constitution and under the law. We are not here to cast any blame or aspersions on any elected officials. We do not suggest any candidates in any race have wrongly won or lost their races, nor do we advocate for the overturning or rerunning of any past election. Tonight, we will present you with a resolution demanding an end to the inaccuracy and uncertainty plaguing our elections, along with a summary of our findings and the laws that apply. Though you bear no direct responsibility for anything in the electoral process, we come to you, our closest elected representatives, for support and action. We're asking that you listen to the resolution and take the need for valid elections seriously by adding the resolution to your next meeting agenda. Thank you. Our next three speakers will read the resolution in 3 parts, and our final speaker will conclude our presentation.
So you want to go to you now?
Yes, yeah.
And then you guys have it all worked out?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you,
Go
sir.
ahead. Go ahead,
Thank-
ma'am. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Mary, and I'm here to read into the record the first portion of the USA resolution. The resolution for a legally valid 2024 general election. Whereas it is a recognized civil right in the United States for every citizen to have a free and fair election. Whereas it is the duty of our election officials to guarantee our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation. Whereas our constitutional system of representative government only works when the following 4 tenets of an election are upheld. Number 1, the voter rolls must be accurate. That's in the National Voter Registration Act, 1993. Number 2, votes counted must be from eligible voters. The U.S. Constitution shows that with the 14th Amendment, Section 2. The number of votes counted must equal the number of votes of those who voted. Number 4, there can be no more than 1 in 125,000 ballots in error by the voting system. That is in the Help America Vote Act, 2002. Whereas the analysis of the California 2022 general election has uncovered evidence of massive inaccuracies that appear to violate both federal and state laws, including 5,886,198 ineligible or uncertain registration violations found within the California State Voter Roll database, 2,776,939 votes cast by ineligible or uncertain registrations, 123,785 more votes counted than voters who voted, but nobody knows who cast them. 2,776,849 apparent voting violations in excess of the legal standard of the system accuracy for a valid federal election. The maximum allowable system error for 2022 is 90. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lisa, and I'm here to read into the record the next section of the USA resolution. Certification as defined by law is an attestation of accuracy and compliance. The certification of the 2022 election appears to have been fraudulent and illegal, whereas these findings trample legal accuracy requirements of the voting system during a federal election, whereas The intent of the voters must be known factually before certification can be lawfully conducted. Whereas the 2022 general election appears to have been invalid, depriving us of the guaranteed protection of our natural rights under a government duly and provably chosen by us, the American people, resulting in incalculable damage to our families, our way of life, and the fabric of these United States. Therefore, we call upon our representatives to provide relief to the people and the assurance of domestic tranquility by joining us in demanding a valid 2024 general election that upholds these existing laws and equitable principles of law. Number 1, proof of citizenship, identity, and eligibility required to register and vote, not anonymous attestation. Voter rolls certified accurate and available for public review and challenge 30 days before the start of early voting. Voters added after that date must bring proof of citizenship, identity, and address in person to a qualified official at each polling place. Number 3, hand-marked secure ballots similar to currency. Where imaging technology is used for tabulation, the security features must be verifiable in the ballot image. Number 4, systems, machines, security measures, infrastructure, and conduct are required to be compliant with federal law for fraud prevention regarding risk assessment, certification, testing, and implementation.
Yes.
My name is Lynn, and I'm here to read into the record the last section of the USA Resolution. Continuing with number 5. Adjudication must be signed off by party candidate and trained citizen witness after being given full and effective observation rights. Candidates and trained citizens must be allowed immediate access to ballots, ballot images, and cast vote records. Number 6. Ballots, regardless of entry source, election operations and systems must maintain end-to-end chain of custody, from voter to vote count to final canvass, including auditability and witness transfer with paper records. Number 7, a National Institute of Standards and Technology compliant, randomized, statistically valid end-to-end audit with a 95% confidence level of all elections pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2, must be performed. These audits are to be conducted by qualified insured and bonded security forensics or financial auditors, not personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation will include the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, cast vote records, ballot count, qualified voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic election systems, including logs. Number 8, if the total of unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held in the state for those candidates affected, unless the issues can be provably corrected by a manual hand recount and a full review of records. Lastly, number 9, waiver of requirements is not allowed. Only end-to-end system compliance from registration through certification can guarantee the intent of the people is accurately recorded. Be it resolved that the Costa Mesa City Council members stand in support with the concerns and remedies presented herein. We implore the Orange County Board of Supervisors, California Legislature, federal legislators, law enforcement, federal and state prosecutors, judges, and both California Secretary of State and county registrars of voters to cooperate and fulfill these firm requests of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, council members, mayor. My name is Urson Russell. I'm a Costa Mesa resident for most of my life. What you've heard here tonight is a powerfully written resolution outlining massive inaccuracies in our 2022 election, from registration through the certification process. The resolution delineates meaningful remedies that will proactively protect the validity of the 2024 general election for all Americans. Your written copy cites many U.S. Supreme Court precedents and federal and constitutional mandates that support the need for such actions. Large numbers of Californians have questions about the trustworthiness of our elections. Official data show these concerns are valid, and the law says resolving them is essential in securing our liberty. The cost for not fixing the enumerated problems is immeasurable. So we urge you to put the resolution on the agenda for the next City Council meeting, where you can vote to join us in support of fair, honest, and valid elections. Not too much to ask. The United Sovereign Americans website showcases our initiatives nationwide and features some extremely informative election videos. We encourage you to visit unitedforfreedom.com and learn more about our organization and our goal to restore valid elections throughout our country. That's unite4freedom.com, unite4freedom.com. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and I will pass out resolutions to the city clerk. There's a copy for each of the 7 of you, plus the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Flo, you have the floor.
I have a slide. You're looking at the intersection of Fair Drive and Loyola. The city needs to install safety measures at this intersection. Eastbound drivers are swerving into the westbound left turn lane. Drivers waiting to make the turn onto Loyola Drive come within a hair's length of being hit. Just ask me. Years ago, I put up a homemade sign saying, "Slow down, save a life," that I taped to a street sign pole on Fair Drive. Costa Mesa PD took note and took action. A motorcycle officer was stationed on Fordham and Fair, and from what I heard, issued 29 speeding violations within a 2-hour window. He clocked one of the drivers at 74 miles an hour. PD posted this info on Facebook. A very angry dude in the dead of night pulled down my sign and the attached wooden pole, ripped up the sign, and smashed the pole in half. For most of the 54 years that I've lived in my house in College Park, I have used Fordham to access Fair to get to Harbor. Not anymore. Now I drive blocks out of my way to cross Fair at Loyola, this intersection that you look at. Last Friday, I was headed toward House of Pizza to join my son and grandsons. I got the green light at this intersection and moved through the crosswalk. Looked to my left just in time to see a speeding driver race eastbound through the red light, and I slammed on the brakes. I came within seconds of being T-boned, seriously injured, or even killed. It rattled my cage big time. Public Works, please install bollards at this intersection, or better yet, a raised brick divider like the one on West Wilson just east of Harbor at this intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Flo. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
My name is Dolores Ellis. I'm president of Beans Beagles Dog Rescue out of Costa Mesa. Nelson Mandela once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." And tonight I hope to share a little bit of knowledge that can possibly help change some of the situations for dogs that are in shelters across the United States. Everywhere nationwide, the shelters are bursting at the seams, and rescues like mine are being asked over and over again to take dogs that will end up being euthanized if they're not pulled from the shelter. Many of these dogs were once loved and cared for by their owners, but are now discarded and left to possibly lose their lives in the shelter. Adoptions are down in most rescues. Adoptions are down in the city shelters across the United States. And more dogs require more care, training, and medical help. We in the business of saving these lives no one can understand the weight it puts on you when you ultimately try and can only do so much. We have a need for kennel space, we have vet expenses, we need volunteers to help walk dogs, bathe dogs, socialize dogs. We would like to shed a light on this particular problem. It's not a Southern California problem, it's a nationwide problem. I get dozens and dozens of emails every day from across the United States of shelters looking for placement for dogs. And I have no way of going to Tennessee or Alabama or any of these places to bring dogs back here. And even if I could bring them back, I have no way to take care of them or find them a home. Our rescue is a nonprofit as of 2017, and we hope to stay in good standing and help to continue to save lives in our area. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I'm going to take you on a little trip in the past. Around 1990, I ruptured my Achilles tendon, and at the time I was on council, and my doctor required that I had to be in a wheelchair for the first 3 weeks after the surgery. Guess what? I couldn't get in the council chambers. The city was non-compliant in this chamber all by itself. I worked with the city at that time. The city manager asked me to go around to other facilities, which I did, and found numerous public facilities that access was either very, very difficult or impossible, such that to avoid any ADA compliance complaints, the city took action proactively to avoid such items, to make sure that they, in fact, were doing the best they could to allow people to participate with their city. It was a very important issue. As you know, I have hearing difficulty. I'm not alone in this. There's a lot of people that do, and it's going to become more as the population ages and as different things happen that create that problem. You've heard me multiple times thank the city for the actions for this chamber to actually be able to communicate and to hear. It stops here, unfortunately. In the room at the very back of the building committee, it's absolutely impossible to hear. In fact, people without hearing difficulties have left the meeting and refused to go to the meetings because they can't hear what's going on. The same is true for room 1A over by the restrooms. And even worse, the senior center. It has terrible sound control and acoustics. Also, if you look at the community center, Herzog Community Center, literally, I've had so many people tell me how bad the hearing is in there, and they have a really new sound system. There are numerous solutions, and some are very expensive and some are not. And the point is that we can do things to make sure that those who want to participate can in the short term. And I'm certainly happy to work with anybody on staff to move forward, just like I did in the past, to move forward and find those solutions wherever possible to accentuate the ability of the community to be heard so you guys can, in fact, communicate with them and get their ideas and make the best decisions you can make along with the rest of the public. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Could we have the slide for Beans Beagles, please? Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I am Yolanda Macias, co-founder of Beans Beagles Dog Rescue, as well as the treasurer. First and foremost, I would like to give an enormous amount of gratitude and thanks to Councilmember Harper for your very generous donation to our rescue. Donations go to help dogs like Benji, the dog you see here, who was on a daily basis beaten, kicked, slapped, and punched by the 6-year-old in the family. Benji had enough one day, bit the boy, and he was then dropped off at our rescue. Head trainer and owner of Felco Dog Training, Zach Devereaux, worked with Benji and gave him the confidence, love, and trust he needed to start his life over. Benji was adopted by a wonderful young man who had been following his journey from day one. Benji is now living the best life he truly deserves. Many rescues would love to take the opportunity to help dogs like Benji, as well as other dogs in need. It takes fosters and donations to make these miracles happen. Councilmember Harper, we want you to know you have helped our rescue move forward with our mission, and that is to help as many dogs in need as we possibly can. We thank you for your support and generosity.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, members and city council, guests and city officials. My name is Tyler Wayman. I'm a third-generation resident of Costa Mesa, graduate of Blerick Center, Adams Elementary, Tewinkle Middle School, Estancia High School, and our beautiful neighbor, Vanguard University. Go Lions. As a member of Newport Mesa Church in my youth and Rock Harbor in my adult life, a member and contributor to Sailing Excellence at Balboa Yacht Club, and a business owner here in Costa Mesa, I am deeply invested and dependent on this city and its wonderful and diverse community. People that I call family and friends. I currently reside in Eastside Costa Mesa along Santa Ana Avenue and 22nd and speak here today in representation of my 4 roommates that all reside and share parking street side to our 5-bedroom house on one of the busiest thoroughfares in Eastside Costa Mesa, because you know, what millennial can actually buy a house these days? I digress. The reason that I'm here today on behalf of myself, my roommates, and those in our category is to speak out against the bike corridor that's gone up in Santa Ana, on Santa Ana Avenue. As many of you know, 22nd Street's a pretty primary thoroughfare between Newport Heights and all the way into Huntington Beach. So before the hasty installation of the bike lane was erected, we did already struggle with parking on Santa Ana Avenue and 22nd, as there are several homes that have multiple renters occupying the same residence. So this problem was exacerbated by the installation of the bike lane project and has left a lot of us displaced from access to parking, especially during school hours and high traffic times. For many of us, we have room in our driveways for maybe 2 cars, so the idea of utilizing street parking is our only real alleviation to that stressor. As we are a suburb and not a city center, we are definitely dependent on cars more than we are public transportation. For those who might have taken offense at my early statement of this being a hasty installation, I apologize for your discomfort. However, our streets have been left in extremely poor condition with grind marks and drift lines on the pavement, leading to drifting in vehicles. Those 3 lanes became 2 lanes, 4 lanes, 2 for vehicles and 2 for bikes. So I'm actually kind of concerned for the safety of both drivers and pedestrians along the roadside as our space and width has been diminished. So I guess I realized how much I wrote. Wow. So in conclusion, I'm here to speak basically against the project alongside the 300 others in my neighborhood and community that have spoken out verbally and written against the Santa Ana project for bike lanes, as it doesn't seem as though it's in pursuit of the community's desires, but rather the desires of special interests, as I haven't seen a project expedited so quickly and rashly in my entire life of living here. So it's a little saddening and frustrating, and really is putting a lot of stress on us as residents. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Hold on one second, sir. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Benny Halleck, and I have been a resident of Costa Mesa for 48 years. I'm the 4th of 5 generations to live in this diverse city, and I have taken on the role of advocating for my neighborhood's concerns regarding the Santa Ana Avenue bike lane project. When this project was announced, it was done in a manner that lacked proper communication, prompting us to initiate a community petition, which I believe will be included in this week's binder for the council. We presented this petition to Assistant City Manager Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Active Transportation Coordinator Brent Natesio Thomas, and Public Works Director Raja Sutherman. Sorry, Raja, if I burnt that. During a meeting on June 25th of this year. The petition voiced our strong opposition to the project, a reflection of the neighborhood's sentiments. Regrettably, our concerns were dismissed and the project progressed despite significant local resistance. By the way, this petition had over 300 signatures and is still growing, and some of those opposition are here in the room with us today. We have reason to believe that there are close ties between certain decision makers and a specific small advocacy group, leading to decisions that favor their agenda over that of the residents. The letters of support for this project primarily originated from this group, with many of them appearing to be form letters that lacked authentic input from community members. Moreover, it is concerning that there was no outreach made to the directly affected residents, the school district, or even the principal of Kaiser Elementary. The project has already led to a multitude of issues, including problems with mail delivery, trash service, and other essential services, all of which are now resulting in traffic lane obstructions. Parents are parking in bike lanes, violating the red curb laws while dropping off their children and picking up their children. We are here to inform the Council of the Transportation Department's complete disregard of our community petition, which we believe should have carried significant weight. This petition has been officially submitted to the city clerk, and we urge this council to take it seriously and conduct a thorough investigation. We also invite you all to come back and witness the unsafe conditions this project has created. Mr. Harlan, on a personal note, you're approaching re-election right now, and we hope that you will prioritize the voices of your constituents, not your friends at special interest groups, or take the photo op for that reason. We really want to engage with you and let you discuss these items with your concerned constituents and within the neighborhood, as you are our representative. It's my understanding you have been given my phone number, and I can make that happen, if not. But we invite you all, not just Mr. Harlan, but you all to come see the new safety concerns that have arisen from this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for your service. Good ideas, poorly executed, still very bad ideas. And the bike lanes on Santa Ana implementation was a bad idea for two reasons. One, I was at your strategic offsite when I saw City Council direct city staff to improve communications. But that's a two-way effort. In this meeting that they had, they sent out postcards. Most of the city doesn't know what the inner workings of city. They didn't know to show up, but those that did were summarily dismissed. Summarily dismissed. It wasn't a two-way dialogue of what are your concerns. The city was there to tell them exactly what they were going to do, which was take away parking and paint the street green. It wasn't a dialogue. So, but I said, don't worry, they're treating everybody poorly. They didn't even, the city meets with the school board on a quarterly basis. In a public records request for the last 6 quarterly meetings, not once was this item discussed. The school had to open with material changes to the drop-off without even the principal knowing. He had to put his teachers out in the street to do traffic control. I ask you, is that safe? So, the second part, the rapid expansion of the CIP budget, I think is problematic, and I'm going to come and speak on this again. By painting the town green, you have rapidly expanded that budget. Poor Raja now has to go shake down business for traffic impact fees to allow for the systematic investment in infrastructure. An EV charging station is coming, shook them down to the tune of $250,000. If not for Wall Street money, they'd be in another city. I just think it's irresponsible to be expanding the CIP budget to the extent that you are, clearly without support from all of your residents here, and depriving the systematic investment of infrastructure. So again, I'm concerned about this from an execution standpoint. Those of you who know me, I've put in bike lanes, I've championed the safety, but good ideas poorly executed is still very bad ideas. And what I said to the residents is the only way you do this is to come here, whether it's an ice maker at the senior project or to get the attention of staff to come. So the recommendation is for council to direct staff to go and meet with the principle, to go and meet with these impacted residents and see that mail deliveries impacted. I saw the Mesa water truck parked in the red, the landscapers park in the red. Like, how does this all work collectively to make sure that the kids are safe? Personally, I think we're creating a false sense of safety in the name of safety. I know at school opening, the city created unsafe conditions and wasn't even present to witness. And to my knowledge, at least from a resident's perspective, hasn't followed up. And on Friday, we're going to find out if the city has had proper communication with the school board. Thanks again for your service. Take care.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I wanted to speak on Beans Beagles. The two speakers that spoke that operate Beans Beagles were being very humble. They're a total Costa Mesa rescue. They take dogs that have medical issues, that are over 5 years old, or emergencies, not just beagles, but that's why it's called Beans Beagles and Friends. So if this local rescue and the other rescues that are in the areas did not do what they do with such an open heart and willing to work so hard, Priceless Pets would be overrun. We couldn't handle all the animals that these rescues are taking off the streets and out of the other shelters. So with that, I want to again thank Councilman Harper for generously giving his earnings from his entire time as a council member to various charities within the city. I thought that was inspiring. And I know some think that maybe that's just money paid for a job. Well, this isn't a job, this is service, and you have to do it with more heart than you do with the anticipation of a job. And while he was telling what he was going to do with his earnings, there was a rather snide comment made by one of the council members, and it really spoke to me about how we preach kindness, but we don't really have a lot to put out when someone is doing a good deed. And it reminded me of a comment, and it's a Ronald Reagan comment, just happens to be, nothing political. And it just says, we can't help everyone, but everyone can help someone. So this is our someone in Costa Mesa. Our shelters, our Orange County animal shelters, have the highest rate of euthanasia in their history. They've got poor policy. Our board of supervisors won't correct the issue, and it's spilling over into the whole county. So if you can support any of your local rescues, please do that. If you can volunteer, if you can give a donation, it doesn't have to be big, it can be small. I have one here. It spoke to my heart, and I said, I've got to come. Yolanda is retired Costa Mesa Animal Control and has always had her love for animals and has put her heart and soul, as has Dolores. So please, Costa Mesa, we do for each other. If you can help this animal rescue, please help the animals, because the dogs they're rescuing, they're assured to be euthanized. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. A few meetings ago, I talked about my dad and his new e-bike, and now I want to talk about my mom. My mom has quite recently decided to adopt some of my ways and has begun riding a lot of public transit. My dad rides his bike, my mom public transit. I can't get either to do the other, unfortunately. But I did want to just express that I know that recently at the Active Transportation Committee, the bus stop shelter contract is up, and I want to express that I'm very hopeful for us to improve our bus stops. It's very important to serve our transit riders and also to beautify our city with something that looks nice to anyone going by. Maybe they'll say, hey, I'll take public transit today. Look at how nice this bus stop is. I also wanted to express hope for city collaboration with OCTA regarding infrastructure. I know recently OCTA has entered into an agreement with, I believe, the city of Santa Ana for a transit signal priority project, which would allow buses to get a green light, either hold a green light or turn it green faster so that a bus can get through. A bus can serve up to, I don't know, 50 and maybe 100 people if it's standing room only. And getting that transit signal priority is key to get people where they're going quicker. So I would really like if the city of Costa Mesa was able to do something like that and on our arterial streets, what is allowed by the master plan of arterial highways, which OCTA administers, is to put up even bus lanes on some of our major routes that have buses going by quite frequently. If we were able to increase service on these arterials, then maybe that could even necessitate a bus lane. And that is already allowed per the MPAH. So I'm very hopeful for the improvement of transit in our city, which will help my mom out, and for the improvement of our active transportation routes in our city, which will help my dad. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. This is Roberto with Resilience Orange County. I want to take the time to thank Councilmember Reynolds for attending we hosted an affordable housing and tenant rights convening last month. And we were able to have over 50 community members from Costa Mesa. We also brought out some folks from a tenants union, Esperanza Unión de Inquilinos from the city of Santana, trying to build relationships between Santana and Costa Mesa. Councilmember Reynolds spoke, about the great work that we're doing here in Costa Mesa to support tenants and affordable housing. I just want to thank the organizations, Housing is a Human Right, SoCal Kosh, Housing Now, Tenants Together, and Kennedy Commission, who came together on a Sunday for 4 hours to really talk about this. It's our first annual, so hoping to have another annual event to talk about affordable housing and tenant rights here in the city of Costa Mesa. I also want to highlight National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week. That's next month, November 18th to the 22nd, really bringing to light some of the work of Housing as a Human Right, Orange County. We're going to be hosting a purple flag in our office to talk about this awareness and the death from hunger and homelessness. We're also wanted to highlight that Resilience Orange County is working with the city of Costa Mesa and Councilmember Arliss Reynolds to host a tenant Know Your Rights workshop on next Monday, October 21st, right there on 286 Avocado Street, Costa Mesa. We're working with Public Law Center. This is the 5th Know Your Rights workshop that we host here in the city of Costa Mesa in the last 2 years. We've done various workshops throughout the districts. If we're more than welcome to work with you. We do canvassing, we knock on doors, we distribute the flyer. They're pop-ups, they're out in the community. Oftentimes community members can't make their way to City Hall, and so bringing the information to them is vital, and them knowing about our tenant protection ordinance that we passed last November. Also, the Nuevo Callejon, we've also been working with Councilmember Chavez on the Nuevo Callejon. The deadline's coming up at the end of October. As of Friday, there hasn't been, haven't heard anything. I was talking with the residents. We hosted our biweekly meeting. They shared that nothing's kind of been moving. So we're looking to have a forum maybe next month after the election. Just to kind of provide an update. If you remember, the alleyway was supposed to be improved by the end of this month, and hoping that that can be done. And if not, what are the next steps? And make sure you all vote November 5th. Check out the OC Register, OC Vote.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es Juana Trejo y vengo de Promotoras de Salud del Condado de Orange.
Good evening. My name is Juana Trejo, and I'm with the Promotores de Salud of Orange.
Primero quiero agradecerles por la asistencia que Sergio le está dando a algunas personas que están teniendo problemas con lo de vivienda. Sabemos que la ordenanza ha ayudado para que esas personas puedan tener la asistencia que se necesita.
First of all, I want to thank the assistance that Sergio has been giving and providing to the people regarding housing. We understand the importance of this ordinance.
Sabemos que hay dueños que no están consiguiendo los permisos que necesitan aquí en la ciudad para que puedan desalojar a las personas. Y en eso ha ayudado Sergio para darle seguimiento, ¿verdad?, a los pasos que se tienen que seguir.
We understand some of the property owners have not been following what they have to do to have eviction against some of the tenants, and that has helped Sergio to being able to follow up on this.
También queremos agradecer a Manuel que estuvo presente en un evento que hicimos para 1 millón de viviendas para el 2030. Sabemos que Costa Mesa ya va tomando pasos para tener viviendas asequibles.
We'll also like to thank Manuel, who has attended one of our events for 1 million homes. We understand that by 2030, Costa Mesa has a goal to have affordable housing.
Ahorita que estamos hablando con votantes registrados, ya que están muy cerca las elecciones, nos han comentado que están muy preocupados por la seguridad que se vive en todo Costa Mesa.
Now that we are approaching our voting and they've been talking about voters who are registered, we are very concerned with the safety issues that we have in Costa Mesa.
Hace 2 semanas tuvimos una situación muy estresante porque varios carros fueron dañados de los vidrios. Hubo una persona que le robaron su herramienta de trabajo y eso pasó en las horas de la madrugada.
2 weeks ago, there were some issues that was very stressful. Several cars had their windows broken. One of these individuals got his work tools were stolen.
Y sabemos que no es fácil, ¿verdad?, tener todo bajo control, pero sí necesitamos como que por lo menos algunas 2 veces pase la policía, y sabemos que no es precisamente en las tardes, ¿verdad?, sino en la noche, porque las comunidades están más inseguras que nunca.
And we understand this is not easy and we cannot always have everything under control, but at least if the police could do some rounds, especially at night, because that's when it's needed the most.
Sabemos que hay leyes que han sido aprobadas, ¿verdad?, que ahora estamos pagando las consecuencias, ¿verdad?, porque hay felonías que no son consideradas malas, pero por eso debemos de preparar a nuestra gente que está votando, ¿verdad?, para decirles que esas son las cosas que ellos mismos están aprobando.
Now that some laws have been approved, certain laws have been approved, we are paying the consequences because some of these felonies are not classified as such. So we have to prepare our people because we are paying for these, we're being the victims of these consequences.
Lo último que quiero comentar es que en el 7-Eleven que está allí en Baker, entre Fairview y Mendoza, la gente está reportando que hay muchas personas que se la pasan ahí todo el día, tomando en la vía pública, haciendo también sus necesidades en la calle, y pues no creo que sea algo bueno, ¿verdad?, para nosotros los residentes estar viendo cómo hay gente que se está reuniendo en esos lugares para dar un mal aspecto en realidad a nuestras comunidades. Gracias y que Dios los bendiga.
And lastly, I would like to talk about our 7-Eleven on Baker and Mendoza. In Fairview, there's people who are hanging out there all day, drinking and doing their needs, necessities, like pissing on the streets. We understand that this is not good for the people. It gives really bad aspect, and I just want to thank you and have a good night.
Okay, I think we've exhausted all the people that are in the chambers for public comment. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. So now's the time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. So first up from District 2 is Council Member Lauren Gameros. Oh, hold on one second. I need to put us on discussion mode. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few things I want to briefly talk about. Being that it's October, it's a time when our young ones have a golden opportunity to dress up for Halloween and get out and roam the streets at night. I just want to remind all the parents out there that if you have kids, make sure you take the time, make the time to get them out there and have fun for Halloween. I know when I was little, it was something I looked forward to. And if you don't have kids, more important, pass out candy. You don't have to go buy Snicker bars, but certainly you can go out and buy something and just, have something for the kids to come. They look forward to it, and some of them, that's really all they have. I also want to talk about something that the Costa Mesa Police Department Animal Services unit puts on. It's called Barktoberfest. It's going to be on the 26th of October from 11 to 2 p.m. We're going to have pet adoptions, pet vendors. We're going to have a DJ. It'll be face painting, Halloween costume contest. You can register there. There's going to be a pet costume parade. I'm going to have my dog dressed as a cat and see if I can get it to bark. Other than that, have a safe Halloween. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to District 1, Councilmember Don Harper.
Yeah, real short. I want to thank the people always that come out and speak. I do appreciate those that spoke about voter integrity. I think it's concerning to me when you have to have an ID to buy an airline ticket, rent a hotel, rent a car, get a drink, except for me. I don't need that. You can tell why. Or apply for a job. So I share their concerns. Hopefully they left their contact information. If not, hopefully they can email me. With regard to the Santa Ana project, I have my concern about the bike lanes too. So if they want to contact me, I'll come see what the issue is and see if I can help as well. As I know the council members were kind of joking with me about I bought a bike, an electric bike, but I don't ride in the bike lane. I just don't feel safe, and I go slow. And I question some of the bike lanes where we've reduced the space of where the car used to go, and cars don't always follow, avoid green paint. If it did, I'd paint green paint on my behind and I'd be safe. So it's tough. So that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Marr from District 3.
Nothing for me tonight except to just make a point that none of our city staff engage in anything that resembles a shakedown. That wouldn't, be in keeping with the government code nor the way we conduct ourselves as the city of Costa Mesa. So I just felt inclined to defend Mr. Sitharaman. Thank you.
Thank you. From District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. Got a few updates and wanted to share some upcoming meetings that people may be interested in. I'll start with the Safe Streets conversation, and I appreciated the quote that was shared. I think she's left about, we can't help everyone, but we can all help someone. And our Safe Streets work is largely about helping the most vulnerable in our community. We talk about routes to schools, and we have a very big project coming up on routes to schools. This is largely about helping the elementary school students and middle school students in our community get to school safely. We had part of that broader program is the Walk to School Day events. I had a great morning with Miss Martin, running to school at College Park. Those are some fast-moving kids. And I just want to thank our staff for the work they do in organizing that event. It's a really fun event for all of the students and parents who participate. And we've had growing and now really regular engagement with Newport Mesa officials to get those programs going, which will build to a very large project that we have. I think we're going to be starting early next year, looking at safe routes to school, so ways to continue to improve safety on routes to all of our schools for Costa Mesa students. So really proud of the work and excited about continuing that work. Just one other announcement that I know many in the community will be excited to hear on the Safe Streets front. We got a memo from staff who've been working diligently doing hundreds of speed measurements across the city and shared with us that we're going to be doing additional speed limit reductions in 76 segments of Costa Mesa roads, which is incredible. And that includes, oh, I lost it. I'll just go from memory. It includes 19th Street, Placentia, Monrovia, Whittier, in front of Whittier Elementary, and many, many other segments. And I know we'll be getting some news out about that, but that's a really positive thing because we know there's plenty of data about the direct correlation between how fast cars move on our roads and how frequently they kill people. So reducing those speed limits is very good for safety in Costa Mesa. On the transit front, we've had a lot of conversations about our bus stops, and I'm thankful for staff working quickly to respond to some stops that I witnessed and then stops that others have shared information about needing cleaning. So I appreciate staff moving quickly on that. I've been learning a lot. I'm not a regular bus user. Every time I do it, I learn something. So I really appreciate the input I get from regular bus users, and really welcome as we work on our bus stop maintenance plan, really welcome input from those of you who are one-time or everyday users on what bus stop amenities we should be working on providing, and then maintenance practices. That'll help inform our work there. And I think a speaker mentioned this, but I just want to note again the OCTA hosting a walk audit around one of the bus stops in Costa Mesa on Monday, October 28th. I'm going to encourage our Active Transportation Committee members to go, and I'm going to try to go to that if I can, but appreciate that work that OCTA is doing as well. The following day, so this is on Talbert Park, so an item of interest for many Costa Mesans, especially West Siders and Mesa Verde residents. The County of Orange is running their Talbert Park master plan process, and there's a community meeting for an update on that work on Tuesday, October 29th at the Norma Herzog Center, 5 to 7 p.m. So wanted to make sure there was some awareness about that. I know the city's been pushing that out through their channels. That's it. One other thing, Mr. Humphrey, thank you for your repeated comments on the accessibility piece. I just wanted to reiterate my support for that, and maybe this is something staff can work on over the, December, January, just looking at what kind of equipment we would need to have to make sure that the acoustics are good and we've got support for hearing limitations in our regular committee rooms, senior center, and Norma Herzog. Thank you.
Thank you. Now from District 4, Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you everyone for joining us today. I have 3 quick summaries, 2 community updates, and 1 announcement, plus a bit of commentary on a few public speakers. I had a great time this past month. I joined the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Amar, city staff, even our police chiefs at OC Pride at the fairgrounds. We had to delay it this year due to issues in Santa Ana construction, but overall, I want to commend the mayor for being proactive, making sure we kept this orange tradition alive, bringing it to Costa Mesa, and overall, I think everyone had a good time. So thank you, Mayor, and thank everyone that was part of that experience. I also had a chance to visit the fire station open house after the Pride Parade. Great to see the community out there, great to see CERT, great to see our community partners, and more importantly, it was great that we actually used the open house as a way to showcase the new fire design for Station 2 that we'll see later today. Great use of time, great use of community, and I want to thank the chief and the department for doing that for everyone. And I also want to just recognize that I did attend the 1 Million Homes event planned by Las Promotoras de Salud and also OC Resilience and other groups. Good reminder of the pressing need for housing production. As we see things hopefully teeter off with inflation, one thing that is constant is the cost of housing. As a renter who's not in a set mortgage rate, I share many residents' concerns in Costa Mesa who rent that we do need help wherever we can with production. So thank you for the community for having that important event here in Costa Mesa at the Crossing Church. Now for the updates. So two ones pressing both in the south part of my district. For the alleyway on the Callejon, yes, there has been some delay, as residents may have noticed. We've been really proactive about getting the trash cans enclosed and whatnot, but the property owners are needing a little more time to figure out the exact logistics of where to do the construction for the alleyway. City staff is coordinating with them with a, oh gosh, it escapes me, like the surveyors that figure out the lines, but we are on it and working with them, and we hope to move as quickly as possible. Might be longer than we expected, but we are on it, and I am following it every time. If anyone wants any updates, you can give me a call. I'm happy to give them updated as we go on, but I am on this, and we're going to make sure this gets done. And secondly, for the community, we have been made aware that Think Together, a prominent nonprofit down in Shalimar, is leaving. The city has been very proactive on this measure. I, alongside City Manager Beryl Harrison and other directors, have met with the nonprofit heads and are working with other groups to find ways to support the community as this nonprofit leaves. Think Together did serve primarily the Shalimar community, and it was primarily focused on academics. City staff is working with the school district and other groups to see if we can transfer those students into other after-school academic programs. But we're looking at solutions to fill the need of that community. We know that Think Together was a big part of that community. It was a cultural community space, a safe third space. And we're looking at ways where we can partner with new nonprofit groups to have something in that vicinity. So hopefully we'll get more promising news moving forward. But again, I want to reiterate that we are on top of that, and we're being proactive where we can be. Finally, for the announcement, as you may know, I sit on the Citizens Advisory Committee for OCTA. And one of the things I want to share from the committee is that on Election Day, November 5th, all the bus routes are going to be free. OCTA wants to do its part to making sure that folks can go vote. So if you're at the bus, just know that Election Day, you have a free ride to go to work and do what you want to do, but also hopefully vote. And just the last thing I want to end on is comment on the residents today. I think it's great that we're taking into account the need for fair elections. But one thing I want to reiterate is that democracy is a very fleeting thing. We're not upholding ourselves by a king. We're not upholding ourselves by dictatorship. It's the people themselves that have trust in the system. So it always gets me a little concerned when I have organized groups disputing election results. Democracies are not always clear-cut paths. Your candidate or your party may not always win an election, but it's incredibly crucial, especially now where we have more tensions rising at national level, that we remind ourselves that part of democracy is people vote, and part of it is some folks don't get their way. And the important thing of all that is not that we say it was stolen, but that we acknowledge that the people voted, and until next election, which in our case is usually every 2 years, we have a chance to have a voice said again. So I hope everyone votes. I hope everyone's not dispelled by these notions that voting is inherently unsafer than it has been in the past. And more importantly, for the audience, I'll do anything we can, make sure residents like Jay have adequate equipment they need in our facilities. So to any regard we can make our facilities here in City Hall and Normal Herzog Center more accessible for those that need hearing support or anything else, I'm happy to do it. And thanks, guys, for coming today.
I just got so wrapped up in what you were saying, Councilmember. So now we're going to Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Harlan from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week's theme was, now that I realize it's schools. Tuesday morning, I attended the State of the Schools event with several of us here from the city, hosted by Newport Mesa Unified School District and held at Corona Del Mar High School this year. As always, it's a great event. I always enjoy hearing Superintendent Wesley Smith present the accomplishments of both students as well as teachers and administrators. It's always very inspiring, especially as a parent of kids who went through the district, and actually I still have one at Newport Harbor High School. Let me tell you, if you want to get woken up for an early morning, just walk through a drum line at 7 o'clock. It's a little jarring. And then Wednesday morning, I participated, as I typically do, on the Walk to Schools event at Kaiser and Woodland Elementaries. The mayor joined us this year on the east side, as well as Raja Setharaman and Brett Atencio Thomas. It is incredibly well attended. So many kids and parents walking to school, as well as a considerable number of kids on their bikes. And I'm very pleased to see so many of them using our bike path to get to school safely. In fact, I saw this year the bike corral was overflowing. It's the first time I've seen anything like that in years. And then lastly, I have to give a shout out to Newport Harbor High School, who won Battle of the Bay this year, 2 years in a row against Corona Del Mar. So I want to congratulate Coach Burns on his first win as head coach. And it's great to see the Bells stay here at Newport Harbor High School. And that's all for me.
Thank you. First I want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem for filling in for me. I was out sick and appearing remotely the last two meetings, and I thought he did a wonderful job. So thank you very, very much. The OC Pride event was great. Next year we'll do it again, hopefully, and you guys can all come, and it'll get better every year. I was able to say a few words and be in the parade, and when I gave the proclamation, I even sang a few bars of Somewhere Over the Rainbow. So fortunately, that wasn't taped by anybody, I don't think, so you'll just have to take my word for it. So then at the Lighthouse Church had its 75th anniversary, and I was there for that. And so congratulations to Pastor Phil and everybody on the Lighthouse Church, and thank you for all of your partnership through the years in addressing homelessness in Costa Mesa. A couple of things promoting, in a way, our local businesses. Newport Rib Company turned 40, and this year they have, and they do this every year, from October 1st to October 20th. You can go there. I went there last night, and you get a little card, and you can support one of a number of charities. For example, Soy, SOS, Trellis, Susan B. Komen, who was here earlier, various charities that you can support. So congratulations to the Newport Rib Company, and thank you for everything you do for the community. Thank you to the Ursinis for that. The other thing is, we have it's kind of a hidden gem, but it's the time of year. Consider going to the Halloween boutique at Triangle Square. It's open year round, but it's a really amazing place. And I went in there. I had to buy that, remember, last year or earlier this year, I think I did that Tevye costume, and I went in there, and it was really it's an amazing place. Jay Humphrey, thank you for bringing into our attention the issues with the hearing impaired in the spirit of our core value of inclusivity and inclusion of people, all people. I think it's important that we address that issue, and I support all the council members and Jay who have raised that issue in helping us with what we have back in the community room and in conference room A and at the senior center and the community center, the Norma Herzog Community Center. I'm almost done. I just have a couple of announcements of events that are upcoming. So tomorrow, Project Hope Alliance is having an open house from 11 to 1, and they're located at 1954 Placentia Avenue, Suite 202. Project Hope Alliance provides a tremendous amount of assistance for the at-risk students in our community, at risk of homelessness or homeless students. So please take a look at that. And then tomorrow night at 6 p.m. at the library, we're having an event. It's like a candlelight vigil for Human Options. They address domestic violence. So please come to see that. And then we're not going to have a meeting for a while, so I want to promote something that's actually happening in November. It's the 1st of November, and every year Cottie Petrie Norris identifies in each of her cities a Veteran of the Year, and she's so generous, and she lets the mayors present. The first time I've had an opportunity to nominate somebody, I did it this year, and I nominated our former police captain, Vic Bacala. And so he's going to be there. So if you can come and support him, that'd be great. It's at 9:30 on the 1st It's at Irvine Valley College as well on the 1st of November. A couple things, if you don't make it, I just want to read this into the record. Captain Bacala served in the Army Reserve from 1984 to 2012 and retired with the rank of colonel. He is a combat veteran of the Iraq campaign and a graduate of the Army Ranger School, Airborne School, and Air Assault School. After 37 years of service, Colonel Bacala retired from the 311th Signal Command in May, May 2021. So congratulations, Vic, and thank you for all the work you did for the great city of Costa Mesa and that you continue to do at South Coast Plaza. That's all I have. City Manager Farrell Harrison, do you have a report?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to make a couple of announcements. First, just an update on our network for homeless solutions and some of the successes that we've had there. Our team continues to work tirelessly to help those in need. From January to September of 2024, so over the last 9 months, our team has assisted 1,631 callers, with 79% of those being individuals actually experiencing homelessness. And so we are getting calls in for people seeking assistance. In just September of 2024, a total of 224 callers were assisted, showing continued engagement and outreach. And since April of 2019, our teams have housed 394 people. Basically, almost 400 people have been housed between those that are in our shelter, but also our very active street outreach teams that actually work with people on the street and can get them to permanent housing immediately. These numbers are more than just statistics. They represent real lives, real stories, and also, more than anything else, real hope that we can make a difference, and the acknowledgement that we are making a difference. And so we know that the challenge of homelessness is one that we've been struggling with for some time, but if we had not engaged in some of these efforts, we would not have been able to house nearly 400 people. And so we're really proud of that work. Wanted to congratulate Nate Robbins, John Began, and everyone that's on our street outreach teams, and those that work within our shelter. Of course, our partner, Mercy House. Trellis is also a very important partner, as is Newport Beach, CalOptima, and the county with the behavioral health services that they're helping to provide at the shelter for people who have other needs in terms of behavioral health services, whether it's mental health services or addiction treatment, et cetera. And so just wanted to tout some of those wins and brags with 400 people who've been housed and still more to be housed as needed with the great work that's happening at our shelter. And then I also wanted to remind everyone that in October, we have the Great Shakeout. The Great Shakeout is always a good personal reminder to take inventory of what you have at home, to make sure that you have the supplies, you have the plans in place in the event of an earthquake. The Great Shakeout happens every year, Thursday, October 17th at 10:17 a.m. This is a great opportunity to practice how to be safer during an earthquake, and which is drop, cover, and hold. It is not to run outside of your home, as there could be, in the event of an earthquake, there could be debris from buildings that are falling. There could be electricity lines that are actually displaced. And so it's very dangerous to run outside when there's an earthquake. Always remember to drop, cover your head, and hold on under a surface, a table, or any other sturdy fixture or furniture in your home. Make sure that you hold on until the shaking stops. Usually at the city level, we usually have a drill with our employees so that we know how to actually react, so that we can actually provide the support, the services, and all of the work that we would do to support the community in the event of an earthquake. Remember that you have to be self-sufficient for at least 2 weeks. And the larger your family, the more supplies you need to have at home, whether it be water, canned foods, et cetera, other supplies, first aid kits, batteries, flashlights in the event of a power outage. Do not wait for an earthquake to hit before taking matters into your own hands, because what we do now will determine what our lives will be like after an earthquake hits, if there were to be one. I think some of the recent tragedies have happened throughout the country that have been heartbreaking. In North Carolina, the preparations a lot of families had to undergo in Florida for the storms. Just goes to show that there are natural events and disasters that could be completely catastrophic and life-altering. And so we urge you to make sure that you have plans at home. If you have pets, have a pet plan. If elderly parents, make sure that you have the ability to be able to assist them, that they have in their homes what they need to be able to sustain a pretty significant event, if that were the case. Again, failing to plan is just catastrophic. And so we just encourage you to take this opportunity every October when we do the great shakeout to do another inventory of your plans at home. And then last, I just wanted to share with council that we will absolutely look into the accessibility and the issues with some of our facilities in terms of access for our residents to be able to hear the dialogue, the discourse that's going on. And so we'll definitely follow up on that. Thank you, Jay, for bringing that to our attention. I had no knowledge of that. And so we absolutely will get on that right away. And I think that's it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Now is for the city attorney report, Ms. Hall Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say I'm happy to be back, and I hope that everybody gets out there and votes on Election Day.
Amen. Welcome back. So now we go on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar items are to be considered routine and voted all in one vote unless a member of the public, a staff member, or a council member pulls an item to be considered individually. Madam Clerk, do we have any items that have been pulled?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the public has pulled item number 6.
Okay. Item number 6 has been pulled. Any others?
No.
Okay, good. Can I get a motion on the balance, please?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Let's call for the question. All right.
Motion carries 7-0.
So a member of the public pulled number 6.
Yes.
So can you read the title?
Yes, this is on-call engineering, staff support, and program management services.
All right, so we'll open it up for public comment. Yes, sir.
Again, Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I called this up because I don't see that it's any different than item number 2 in new business as far as the type. It's both for about $400,000, both to have the clerk and the city manager sign, both for a set of services to be performed by the city. And I'm just curious if anybody can explain to me why item 6 on the consent calendar, which is basically the same size, et cetera, as item 2 in new business, is not also in new business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Can we get oh, sorry, yes, Ralph, you have the floor, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I also had pulled this, and I'm sure Council will approve it, but I just want to wholeheartedly support this effort, purchase order for additional project management help. Over the years, I know staff has commented upon it takes, being government procurement, it takes a little bit longer than the commercial world, and that is true, but also one of the overriding, I think, bottlenecks has been a lack of staff, project management staff on a lot of these projects, and that's many times held up some of these projects where they've taken longer than normally would without project management support. So fully support this effort, and hopefully people can come on board quickly, and a lot of these projects can get moving faster than they had been. As you probably know, over the years, the work in process, the backlog of capital projects has increased steadily over the past 3 or 4 years, and so hopefully this will help alleviate some of that backlog. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else in the chambers. Anybody else on Zoom that wants to speak to number 6?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment, and now request a motion. Councilmember Reynolds again.
Yeah, move staff recommendations.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Chavez seconding again.
I actually do want to get an answer to the question, though. That was a good question. Why is this one on consent, whereas the climate action plan, a new business item.
I can comment on my motion.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. You know, I see this item on the consent calendar is, as Mr. Taboda described, staffing support for projects that we have already approved and that we've, you know, have hoped would have been moving by now. So we've, for lots of reasons, there's challenges in the labor market. This is helping us just augment existing staffing to support projects already approved. Very different from item number 2, a new business, or climate action and adaptation plan, where we're, if you stay late enough tonight, you'll witness probably many questions on the specific scope for that plan. So I see them as 2 different things, even though they're about the same contract value.
Does that sound about right, sorry, City Manager?
That's perfect.
Harrelson? Okay, well said. Does that answer your question? Manuel, you're good? Okay, let's call for the question. Terrific. Okay, now we're up to our new business items. And so let's go to new business item number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Receive and file conceptual design of the fire station number 2 reconstruction project. Are you going to start it? Presentation by Mr. Sethuraman, Public Works Director.
Director Sethuraman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. So we are excited to bring to you this project of fire station number 2. As some of you mentioned, you probably saw this at open house, and we also had a public meeting. The reason why we are bringing this, yesterday actually it went to Planning Commission for the environmental consideration of the project, and the Planning Commission approved it. We just wanted daylight to the City Council also that this project is on the works, and share with you some of the preliminary details. We are very, very early in the design part. So our Assistant Deputy Public Works Director, Patrick Bauer, will go over the presentation, and then I'll conclude with some remarks.
Great. Mr. Bauer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Good evening. I'm going to go over some brief highlights, and then I'll pass it over to Raja to finish up. So the current fire station number 2 was originally built back in 1966. The new station proposed is an increase in size to accommodate the additional population of the city and for future expansion of services if needed. The new station will improve operational function for the firefighters, existing apparatus, future apparatus, and equipment. It will incorporate gender-neutral accommodations, improve living quarters for all firefighters, and it will reduce impacts to Randolph Avenue residents. Specifically, when it was originally built, there was access off of Baker to be able to get to the back of the station. It was expanded, eliminating that access, so now the vehicles have to go through Randolph to get to the back of the station because it's too dangerous to back off of Baker to get into the apparatus space. So this new design will reincorporate that accessibility off of Baker. We will have 8 dorm rooms with shared restrooms. There's currently only enough room for 4, so it only accommodates 1 crew. This will give the opportunity for expansion in the future. Crew workstations, captain's offices, an enlarged apparatus bay. Again, if future operational needs require a TDA or a truck apparatus, it would be able to accommodate that. Conference room, utility rooms, day rooms, kitchen, dining rooms. There was some question last night about if the size is going to be able to incorporate all the necessary components of a fire station, and this absolutely is going to meet that. We've had this outreach event on the 27th. We did neighborhood direct mailers, social media, neighborhood participants. Feedback was facilitated in both English and Spanish, and then also at the last open house, there was some material that was given out to the community, and so that was another outreach event. So here's some pictures of the conceptual design. This is the front of the station looking off of Baker. It's a composite roof, stone veneer, wood siding, stucco. And then some of the details may be difficult to see, but this is the layout. It incorporates one of the trends over the last few years with fire stations is to have a hot or dirty side and a clean side, and this incorporates some of those features as well. 8 dorms. Up on the top is conference room, gym, storage areas. It's labeled dirty restroom, but that's meant to incorporate the safety side of it. And that's all that I have. I'll pass it back to Mr. Sathuraman to finish up.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. So, we appreciate the partnership of our fire chief and fire and rescue staff in the design of the project. We'll be going through the design over the next few months on the project. We'll be working with our finance director, Ms. Molina, on the bonding for the project. So that's also will start pretty soon. And, the project of this magnitude will need approval from various agencies, including our own building department here, but we also need to work with our county and other officials on emergency generators and all that stuff, and the fueling station. So we'll be working with getting all those approvals over the next few months. And next slide. So again, the design we hope will be complete by early 2025, by summer of 2025 actually. And then we'll advertise for construction and hope that will be under construction by fall of 2025. And the completion is 2 years from that time, because the first phase of the project is actually to build a temporary quarters for the fire staff, and it's going to be at the back of the fire station. So we'll build that first, have them relocate there, and then we start the demolition and construction activities. So we hope to complete by fall of 2027. With that, so we are here to answer any questions, and I know our fire staff is also here to answer any questions.
Great. Well, before we open it up to public comment, Council, do you have any questions? Okay. Public comment?
Sorry, I have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Apologize.
It's all right. Come on up, Ralph.
It'll be quick.
Go ahead, Don.
It'll be quick.
I mean, sorry, Councilmember Harper.
No, it's not your fault. The bond hasn't been approved. That's a council process still, right? You can act like it's all done, but it's not, correct?
That's correct. Once we're in that phase of discussing about the bond, we will come before you.
And you're going to come back for a $20 million bond to cover 2 stations, or is it just
Currently, we're only looking at 1 station. We're
Okay.
estimating about a $10 million bond at that time.
But 2 million?
10 million.
2, did you say 2? I like 2. All right, thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening again.
Comment. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor and Council. I appreciate Councilman Harper's comments. Kind of leads into my question, I guess. I know in the current year's budget, 10 million was appropriated for this fire station. And also in the fund balance for the general fund, there's a facilities reserve of $2 million, which I wholeheartedly compliment staff on for reserving or earmarking that money for facilities. And kind of a brief comment at our last FIPAC meeting was I would certainly recommend, my personal recommendation, maybe something we bring up in FIPAC, but that that facility reserve, in this case, $2 million, $10 million appropriation this year, 20%, that the city basically make a down payment or pay cash for a minimum of 20% of the remaining cost or let's say the bond amount, whatever that bond amount is, or anticipated, let me back up again. Additional construction cost that the city pay cash, down payment of 20% of that additional payment. So obviously less money to borrow, shows, I think, good physical process, strong, the city has the money, has the cash, as well as the less money you borrow, obviously the less interest expense for over future years. Just makes, I think, good, sound, physical sense to pay a portion of this a cash payment. Again, it looks like the city or staff already intends to do that with this $2 million set aside or earmarked currently in the general fund. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the chambers? Anybody on Zoom want to talk to this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Kyle Bishop.
Kyle? Did you say Kyle?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Sorry, long-time listener, first-time caller. I live here on Randolph, and I just wanted to say, this particular fire station has been, an incredible blessing to the community. So I just want to call in and make sure that I'm registering my support for this fire station. I had a particular incident at one point where there was a homeless person, who came through here, and I called 911. They were having some kind of heart issue, and it is really amazing to see the fire response happen within almost seconds of being within this community. So, whatever I can do to help support this particular fire station, I'm just in deep support of, and I don't have much more to say than that, but very happy to offer my support. Thank you so much.
Anybody else?
No further speakers.
Close public comment. So I'm going to make a motion to receive and file. All right, seconded by Councilmember Gameros. Just before we vote on this, and we will receive and file it, is thank you very much for all your great work, Director Seth Raman, and for all the collaboration with the fire department. And I remember when we did Fire Station 1, that was my first groundbreaking, and it was really exciting time. That was back in, I think it was April of 2017, and then we opened it up in, if I'm not mistaken, around September of 2018, and here we are again, about ready to embark on a groundbreaking. And of course, the great work we're doing also at Fire Station 4 with our training facility. And I just look at these things, and I look at the numbers that are the statistics that we opened this particular fire station in 1966. So I was 3 years old. You can do the math. It's not a big deal. I'm 61 years old. And it's these types of projects that really, hopefully that this will be a fire station that will serve the community well for, I would say, probably beyond the lifetime of anybody in this room. And so thank you to the council members who sat up here and approved Fire Station 2 in 66 or 64, whatever it is. And I hope that someday, posthumously, we're given credit for this great fire station, and it has many years of service to the community, and our firefighters are heroes. So I'm so happy to support this. Councilmember Gameros.
Yeah, briefly, I just want to say that I also had an opportunity to go and walk and look at the fire station and hear firsthand from the fire personnel, what living there is like, and having a family there. It's a family away from your family. They have a kitchen and their own little bedroom and stuff like that. And if they don't have the appropriate accommodations when it comes down to it, and there is an actual emergency, you want them to be on top of their game. You don't want them to have had microwaved a cold piece of chicken because their kitchen was defunct or something like that. So we want to make sure that the fire personnel in this community have state-of-the-art equipment, fire trucks, living facilities, nice beds, nice clean restrooms. So with that said, I'm very happy to support this and second this motion. Thank you.
Other council members wish to speak? Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, let's go on to new business item number 2.
Professional services agreement with Dudek for climate action and adaptation plan consulting services. Presentation by Ms. Gregg, contract planner.
Yeah, sure. Why don't yeah, I was wondering about that because this might take a while. Let's take 15 minutes or so approximately. Let's come back at 8:10. 8:10, we'll resume. All right, we're back on the record, ready to go with new business item number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This professional services agreement with Dudek for climate action and adaptation plan consulting services, presentation by Ms. Gregg, contract planner.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and fellow council members. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. It's an honor to serve you as well as all the residents at Costa Mesa, so thank you. So tonight, as just introduced, we're going to be reviewing a potential a service agreement for environmental consulting services from Dudek for the preparation of a climate action and adaptation plan. But first, what is a climate action and adaptation plan? Well, climate action plans help communities reduce greenhouse gas emissions as well as prepare for the effects of climate change. Now, there are 2 different types of plans. There's a climate action plan as well as a climate action and adaptation plan. So a climate action plan focuses on mitigation of greenhouse gases, where a climate action and adaptation plan examines both mitigation as well as adaptation. For the purposes of this conversation, we are talking about a climate action and adaptation plan, also known as a CAP. And the CAP includes not only efforts to reduce greenhouse gases, or in other words, mitigation, but also strategies to adapt to the effects of climate change that are already happening or are expected to happen in our future, or adaptation. Adaptation involves preparing for impacts such as rising sea levels, increased heat, droughts, as well as wildfires. So why do a CAP and what's the benefit of it? Well, the development of a CAP was approved as part of the City Council strategic plan goals and objectives. CAP will assess the impact of climate change on Costa Mesa and identify the highest priority and most feasible solutions to put the city on track to meet the state's goals of being carbon neutral by 2045. It also helps address state legislative requirements pertaining to current and future legislation addressing climate change and adaptation. For example, SB 32 requires a 40% reduction to 1990 levels by 2030, as well as the state being carbon neutral by 2045. In addition, a number of housing bills include climate requirements, including our own housing element has requirements to update our safety elements to be compliant with some of these, and the CAP will help address, help us update our safety element. In addition, the CAP will account for the additional 11,760 RENA units, regional housing needs assessment, that Costa Mesa needs to account for, and the greenhouse gas effects of those additional units. A CAP also builds a stronger, more sustainable and equitable city by ensuring sustainability measures and adaptation is accounted for across the entire community and will serve as a foundation plan to achieve these objectives, not only in terms of the community's well-being, but also fiscal responsible solutions to them. In regards to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, CEQA does require analysis of project greenhouse gas emissions. On a project-by-project basis, this type of analysis can be incredibly costly and complicated, and the CAP will provide streamlined cumulative impact analysis for future CEQA purposes. In regard to the request for proposal, or an RFP, the city did issue a request for environmental services for the CAP back in August 23rd of 2023. There were a total of 3 proposals that were submitted, and those consultants were all evaluated based on method of approach, qualifications and experience, staffing, and proposal cost. Staff determined that Dudek was the most qualified to complete the city's CAP. It'll be a 2-year contract accounting for approximately $200,000 a year, and the contract does include the CEQA analysis. So the scope of the RFP had a number of items that the city required it addressed, and that included development of a pathway to reduce emissions to 2045 to meet the state's goal, effectively engage Costa Mesa residents in CAP development, demonstrate how Costa Mesa will adapt and improve its resilience to climate change that impacts not only the city now, but also in future scenarios, establish a set of cohesive climate action and adaptation strategies, including implementation measures and metrics for measuring progress and success for the city. identify synergies between mitigation and adaptation strategies to help leverage the city's budget and resources, and then also detail the city's governance, powers, and capacity, as well as identifying partners who need to be engaged to accelerate the delivery of the city's mitigation targets and resilience goals, because the city cannot complete the task by itself. For the next steps, in November, we're scheduled for a kickoff meeting should the PSA be approved. Following that, data collection and coordination will happen between November and March of next year. Community outreach will be initiated in January. Most of that will conclude in June of 2025. However, it should be noted that there'll be community outreach throughout the entire process, but that's the heaviest time period when community outreach will be underway. Data analysis, assumptions, assessment, and adaptation measures will be developed from mid-2025 to the beginning of 2026. And then the estimated completion time frame is July of 2026. So staff recommends that the city approve the PSA as noted in the staff report. Staff and a consultant representative from DUDEC, Jennifer Reed, is available to answer any questions via Zoom.
All right, great. Yeah, via Zoom. Council, do you have questions? Staff?
I have questions,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, of course. Councilmember Gameros.
Might as well be. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for a wonderful presentation. I appreciate that. When we're talking about focusing on the mitigation of greenhouse gases, how does that pertain to the city of Costa Mesa?
So we're talking about greenhouse gases. I guess it's good to say what greenhouse gases are for everybody at home too who might be wondering. So greenhouse gases are present in Earth's atmosphere, and they basically act like a greenhouse effect, warming our environment. And they're made up of certain gases, including carbon dioxide, methane, as well as nitrous oxide and water vapor. And so that's what greenhouse gases relate to. In regards to Costa Mesa, what we're talking about is how Costa Mesa adds to greenhouse gases. A lot of times city are the largest entities that do add to greenhouse gases in terms of overall transportation, as well as other factors that feed into that. So that's how Costa Mesa really can help mitigate the greenhouse gas as far as the city.
Okay. Another question that I have is, when we're looking at the guidelines, I'm looking at page 3 here. We're talking about legislative requirements pertaining to current and future. Are there current state guidelines that we could just follow?
There are state guidelines in regards to various safety elements and climate action plans. Yes, the Office of Planning does provide materials on that.
And how about a county guideline? Is there a county guideline from Orange County that we could follow?
I'm not aware of a county guideline. I know the county is also currently developing their climate action plan right now as well.
So are there any repercussions to us from the state if we don't put together a CAA benefit plan? Do we get in trouble? Do we not get funding for something else? What are the repercussions? Does the state leverage something over us because we didn't do this?
I'm going to defer to
That's
advanced
okay.
planning manager.
I appreciate. I'm asking probably some difficult questions, and I don't mean to come across negatively. I'm just trying to get a grasp on what it is we're doing here.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gameros. Anna McGill, Advanced Planning Manager. We have state law requirements that we have to meet on a variety of topics like GHG that are related to climate action plans. So the act of preparing a climate action plan is currently voluntary, but the state requirements remain. And so the climate action plan is really a one-stop shop to hold all of these policies and requirements and goals that we hope to meet as a city. Without a climate action plan, our due diligence is really to look at these
policies and these state requirements individually, which can be really difficult to track. We're looking at projects to make sure that they implement these requirements, such as meeting GHG thresholds. We're trying to do it through CEQA analysis and mitigation measures. So this is really a good one-stop shop for applicants as well to be able to refer to and understand what their requirements are going to be on a project moving forward.
When you say CEQA, can you just define for me what CEQA is and what it means, please?
Yeah, of course. Thank you for that clarification question. It stands for California Environmental Quality Act, and it is the environmental review that we need to do on most projects. Larger projects will typically require an environmental impact report where we analyze that project's potential impact on the environment. And so really for like larger housing projects, those types of mitigation measures that would relate to climate action plans would be reducing greenhouse gas emissions, having strong and robust transportation management demand plans. It could be including EV chargers in their project. A lot of those are already mandated by state law, but the Climate Action Plan provides, I'm going to say for ease of reference, like a one-stop shop for what all of their requirements are going to be on a project so that they can better anticipate what will be required.
So we already have an EIR mandate through what CEQA says, basically that would cover something like this already, right?
It depends. So without getting too into the weeds, there are different thresholds for CEQA, and some projects can potentially be exempt, like let's say you're doing a single family home addition. If you have like a larger project, a larger commercial or a larger housing project, typically you're going to do a little bit more advanced CEQA analysis.
Okay, I'm going to hold off for now. Thank you. I appreciate all of your input, and I'm going to pass the baton. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, did you have questions, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Okay. I just wondered because you pushed your motion.
Oh, it's the only way I could turn my mic on.
Yeah.
He wants to approve it.
Yeah.
No. We have a
No,
few
I have
things
some
to
questions.
do for that.
Thank you. So some of these are probably for staff, some are probably for the DUDAC team. I'll do maybe some quick, I want to confirm what the scope does and doesn't include first. So hopefully these are quick. There was a mention of a project website, but it seemed tagged to a deliverable like at the end. And so I would want to have a project website that covers the whole project period. Just want to make sure that that's the understanding in the scope.
Yes, we will have.
Okay. And as part of that, also, as part of the engagement and communication, would that include a mailing list that people can sign up to make sure they're updated with projects? Okay.
That's correct.
Wanted to make that crystal clear. On the, so I guess I'll ask some maybe methodology questions. One of the many, I think, values of having a cap is to help position us for a heck of a lot of funding that currently is available at the state level and at the federal level. And we're a little bit behind schedule on that, right? We even got an email, I think yesterday or today, of like a whole bunch of really attractive funding opportunities that could support ongoing transportation efforts, or tree planting efforts, and so on. So I'm curious, is there the scope that we received shows project completion essentially 2 years from now. Are there interim deliverables in the scope that would help position us for funding sooner than 2 years from now? Or is that something that we should consider including? Or is just the existence of an ongoing cap enough? What I'm interested in, again, is just making sure that we're best positioned to take advantage of current and upcoming funding opportunities in the next 2 years.
I can't say for certain at this moment, but obviously there's a price tag associated with this effort.
Yep.
So we were already planning on continuing to analyze any potential grant opportunities. So you raise a really good question, and it's something that we'll continue to look at as we move forward with this process. It's something that we do for housing implementation as well. If we're already started and we're halfway through, we have a project description, does that now suddenly create more opportunities for getting funding for different different types of projects. So that's something we will definitely keep on our radar throughout this process.
Okay, yeah, so I saw that there were some interim memos, but maybe a progress report would help with that. And, you know, your team, maybe in the project plan, you can discuss that in terms of horizon on funding. The implementation plan, I liked seeing, I was happy to see that in the scope, because I think that's something that we've really wanted to see in our planning documents, like how do we now operationalize this? My understanding is that the final product, you know, is really developed around a time-based goal, you know, emissions by 2020, emissions reduction by 2020. 2045. Yeah, thank you. And so my expectation based on that is that an implementation plan would have, you know, specific actions, a schedule by when those actions would occur, and then necessary funding for it.
That's
cost
correct.
estimates for it, right? And then funding sources. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that they're set to a schedule. I had a question about the GHG inventory. So I saw that that was a distinct task. I thought I remember some discussion about us partaking in a countywide GHG inventory project, and so I had assumed that that was already done. Can you explain the difference to me? Why do we need to do an additional inventory as part of this project?
So we did participate in that, and they will utilize a lot of that information as part of it. They do still focus on any things that have changed in Costa Mesa in that time or future foreseeable changes. What is not included in that study was the RENA number allocation, so the additional 11,000 units and what that would affect. So in addition to what is currently in the general plan, as well as what our future housing numbers will look like, will both need to be analyzed as part of this effort.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. And then could you, or you can kick this to the DUDEC team, just walk us through a high-level example. I want to get a sense of the sort of level of detail we're going to get in the emissions reduction measure analysis, for example, right? As you know, as part of our normal CIP, we're actually doing, in normal operations, we're actually doing quite a bit of work that, you know, contributes to emissions reductions or positive climate actions, like our was it 300 trees planted, right, in our CIP. So we already have some of those projects in place. What's the additional detail we're going to get through this analysis beyond, you know, projects that we've already committed to?
Yeah, I think that would be a great question for DUDEC.
Good evening, everyone, Honorable Mayor and council members. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jennifer Reed. I lead DUDEC's Air Quality and Climate Change team, and I will be the project manager on this project. Kind of just taking a step back, for the CAP, there's a lot of pieces that goes into it. One of the first things we do is data collection. We review all of your existing policies to see what is working, what is not working, and what we can build from. So things that you are doing, we will start with an understanding of it and understanding how we can give some of those things more teeth and, you know, really give them what they need to be implemented in the near term. We can talk about outreach. It is a major piece of that, but just jumping to the emission inventory, that's where we get an understanding of the type of emission sources and the magnitude. So a typical emissions inventory for a city on the community-wide basis is going to be transportation, that's your vehicles, you have energy, water, wastewater, solid waste, off-road equipment. We're going to be estimating emissions from all those. Not only does that give us an idea of where you currently are, it gives us an idea of where you will be in the future when we forecast that out. And it helps us understand what we like to call a gap, a local gap of where you need to be to hit your targets. So the CAP will be looking at a near-term goal. That's the 2030. Likely, this is something that we talk with staff, but this is when you are a CEQA qualified plan, you do have to align with statewide goals. So SB 32 is the 2030 goal. 40% below 1990 levels. The 2045 carbon neutrality goal is actually 85% below 1990 levels from anthropogenic. That's a term we use for human cause, recognizing that it's pretty impossible right now to go to zero, and a city should just look for reducing it as much as they can. So we do all that effort to figure out the amount of emissions that the city needs to reduce to hit your targets and support the state and have the CEQA qualified cap. The biggest part of the effort and the most important part is bringing this all together, hearing from the community what they want to do, but there are barriers to that. And we're going to fix those barriers, and we're going to develop a set of strategies, measures, and actions to reduce emissions and set the city up to be more resilient to effects of climate change. The quantitative piece, and I'm finally getting to directly answering your question, not every action is quantifiable. A lot of really meaningful actions are supportive of another action, and especially on the vulnerability side or adaptation side, a lot of those really important actions don't have a quantitative value from a greenhouse gas reduction side. But there are things that we can quantify, and usually out of your actions, you're probably looking at around 10 to 20 actions that can be quantifiable. And we will identify performance metrics. Let's say you install X amount of electric vehicle charging stations in public areas, maybe you'll get an X% of vehicle emissions in your transportation sector. And that is something that is new, right? The city hasn't done a cap before, and that we hope will be very valuable information, as well as, a kind of a magnitude of cost associated with this, as well as funding and financing opportunities for each of these actions to make these things a reality. And I'll pause there and see if there was a follow-up to that.
Yeah, that's helpful. So I'm thinking of I mentioned there's some actions and strategies that we've already put into place, either because we've just said we want to see it, or as specific CIP projects. But one thing in addition to identifying other strategies appropriate to Costa Mesa based on your data, I'm understanding that where you can, you'll be quantifying the GHG impact. I think along with other co-benefits which will be my next question, quantifying the impact and contribution to those GHG reduction goals, for example. Does that sound right?
Yes, sorry, oh no, I am here. For the things that you guys that are in place now, what we really like to do is highlight those as actions, like we said, or they said earlier. This cap is a kind of a landing place for all the climate action adaptation related things that you may already be doing. And a cap also is a great opportunity for a city to lead by example. So for the things that you are doing, we do like to show them as an action and quantify them appropriately to highlight the city's efforts that have been happening and then will also happen in the future. So if it's quantifiable, we will evaluate the potential to highlight those actions that you're doing.
Great. Okay. And then I was happy to see mention in the scope of work of the various co-benefits, right? So this is at least the climate action component of the scope is largely about emissions reduction. But you mentioned quite a few co-benefits, including community health, there's economic benefits. Can you just give a few other examples of some of the co-benefits you highlight, and then clarify whether those are things you quantify as well?
Yes, I'll start with the quantification part. We don't actually quantify the co-benefits in a cap. The standard is to quantify the greenhouse gas reduction potential and then highlight the co-benefits. And the co-benefits are really important because I think everyone can get behind co-benefits. The cap is an opportunity, not an obligation. And co-benefits really go a long way to helping the community embrace and have buy-in on the cap. Ultimately, having the community participate and have buy-in will make this cap not sit on the shelf and so instead be an implementable plan. So a lot of the INCO benefits can be categorized in many different ways. I think some of the big ones that we would be seeing for the city of Costa Mesa is improved air quality. There's also improved mobility and improved public health and safety. There's a big education component. There's potential cost savings. There's other potential benefits to the economic benefits to the community, such as green jobs. Ultimately, they all kind of come together to create a healthier and sustainable communities and quality of life.
Okay, thank you. My last questions, I think, are probably back for staff. There was one thing about the scope that made me a little bit uncomfortable, and that was that it looked like the only time this would come in front of council was the end of the 2-year project. And so for such a large and impactful project, I'd prefer that we have a couple other touch points, so a touch point at the beginning, middle, and end. So I would like to suggest that I want to see if this was something that we could fit in the scope based on moving meetings around, that that we would include. I think the scope describes a visioning session sort of as part of project initiation. We can have individual council meetings, as part of the stakeholder outreach at that point. So you can get council input early and upfront. And then a sort of a mid-project check-in once the GHG inventory and wedge analysis is done, the vulnerability assessment's done, and there's like sort of the initial prioritization of the emissions reduction and adaptation measures. If we could have a council check-in then, maybe a study session, I think that would be really helpful. So you've got our feedback, maybe we say go for more at that point, and then you finish off the project. Would that fit within our current scope, moving some of the meetings to the back up towards the front?
Yeah, we can build those touch points into the schedule.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Who's next? Councilmember Harper and then Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, thank you. I think on page 3 that's an error, right? You've got SB 32 requires reduction to 1990 levels by 2023. It should be 2030.
Yes, in the printed one, unfortunately, there is a typo in the printed presentation, but in the presentation.
Well, I got myself confused. I appreciate it. So I'm getting an understanding of what this is, and I'll paraphrase what I think it is, and you can say I'm right or wrong, or Dudek can say I'm right or wrong. But it sounds like you're going to measure maybe 20 things to establish some baseline, and then that's a tool to show the state of California that we reduced to our 1990 levels by 2045. Because I'm just trying to understand what what the deliverable here sounds like. It's measuring a bunch of things and then giving you a plan to get to this 1990 emissions goal. Is that correct?
And I'll start, and then if we need to hand it off to Dudek to subsidize that information, I'm happy to.
Got it.
So what it is it's more than 20 different things that they're going to be analyzing. It's a whole different scope of things that will be analyzed.
So forgive me, she said there were 20 things that were measurable usually. That's what I picked up on.
Yeah, so. That were quantifiably measurable, yes. And then there are other ones that we can't quantify, but it sounds like assumptions can be made on them.
Like what would be an example of that?
I'll go ahead and leave that one to her. I think the point that we'd like to hit on too happens to go back to the co-benefits and things that the city has already started doing, but that there are other benefits too in the future. For example, we did a replacement of streetlights, and we started that endeavor where we would replace the streetlights with LED lights, and the cost savings to the city just by doing that one measure will end up being $1.63 million over the lifetime of that project.
Those are great. That's a great example of what every business in California is doing. My fear is the things that we do and they're not economically viable. So maybe you can touch on some of those that we might have to do.
I think that's what this process will do. We'll identify all those opportunity areas where we can look at how we can implement these measures to not only help benefit the community at large and the well-being.
So can you give me an example of one of those?
I'll defer that to DUDEC because that's what they're going to be studying. But I just wanted to give an example of one of the things we've already done. And
I think that's fantastic, and I wish if that report was full of those things, I'm in. I'm just trying to understand the, and again, I'm trying to paraphrase in my own mind what it is, what the deliverable is, and it sounds like you can do a lot of studying, a lot of questionnaire, and you came up and you measure. I get all this stuff, believe it or not, but you measure greenhouse gas effect by, me walking my dog and the bus and the police car and the motorcycle and all that. And then you say, okay, that's our baseline. And I would think the state of California, then you get to say to the state of California, here's my report, here's my plan. And in 2045, I might be dead by then. But in that point, you get to say we met the goal because then you can measure that. Is that the concept?
Well, go ahead and turn it over to DUDEC as well.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the great question. There is a lot going on in a climate action adaptation plan. Like we explained, there are two pieces, the action adaptation side, and they are different. The action side has been the more traditional side, where you start off with a greenhouse gas inventory and you identify measures that would reduce the city's contribution to climate change. So the city's generation of greenhouse gas emissions, that's why we often call it the mitigation side. On the adaptation side, you're looking at ways to build a more resilient community and a healthy community to withstand the adverse effects of climate change. So that one starts with the vulnerabilities assessment that we're going to build off of the city's recent local hazard mitigation plan. So there are two different pathways or trajectories to start off the initial assessment and understanding of where the city's at. But where it comes together is what I feel like the key deliverable of this plan is ultimately a set of, and there's different words that we use. It could be strategies, goals, objectives, but ultimately a set of measures and actions for the city to implement. May it be through an initiative, a plan, a program. It could be a municipal action. It could be a community-wide action. There's lots of different ways to characterize these. But ultimately to implement to reach both your climate action and adaptation goals. So a lot of really good examples of things that are not quantifiable fall on the adaptation side. So one that we see in a lot of jurisdictions would likely see for City of Costa Mesa is to develop a network of community resilience centers. And while super important, it's not quantifiable. Instead, a tracking metric would be a number of facilities. So what you will see in the implementation plan is probably a pretty boring table to a lot of people, but it is essentially a framework for implementation for all city members, may it be whatever responsible city department will take the lead. And that will identify all of these actions, the enforcement type, the funding opportunities, these tracking metrics, potential community partners phase, is it near term, long term? And I think that is the key deliverable that you would not have if you didn't do the climate action adaptation plan.
Okay, give me one example of you mentioned two categories or two types: adaptation and what was the first one? Implementation. Was that it?
Action, right?
Action.
Mitigation or action, yeah.
Thank you. I was a horrible student. So, give me examples. Give me some real examples of each of those things so I can understand. And I don't know what a community resilience center does, but if you could help me out there, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so transportation often accounts for the largest portion of a city's greenhouse gas emission inventory, around 40%. So an action at the municipal level, so something that the city would be doing, that they have the jurisdictional control to do, is replace all of your light duty gasoline or diesel fueled vehicles with electric vehicles. That is quantifiable. So that is an example under transportation. For the community side, right, you can't require people to buy electric vehicle. You can encourage them, you can incentivize it. And so there are things that you can do to, help transition to electric vehicles. The other way to reduce transportation emissions is just to reduce trips or vehicle miles traveled. That is encouraging alternative modes of transportation. So that could be transportation like bus, it could be bicycle or walking. And again, within all these categories, there are different things to do. You can do ordinances, it could be a study, it could be education, it could be partnering with local transportation groups to implement it. The other one I'll pull an example from is energy in buildings often is the second largest emission source for a city. And it's also one where you have the potential to have great greenhouse gas emission reductions through energy efficiency in buildings, through electrification of buildings, implementing on-site solar, so your own renewable energy, and then as well as procuring renewable energy from a utility if you cannot generate what you need on site. So an example there is, install solar panels at city-owned facilities, ones that don't have it, or ones where you can maximize it. That is a quantifiable action as well. Are these helpful?
Yeah, that's a good start.
Okay.
They're very mild in that it's if we build 11,000 more homes, we're going to go the wrong direction, right? When we start actually measuring what our output is. I mean, trying to get there sounds like a restriction on a lot of activities if you really want to get to your goal. And the other thing I'm understanding is SB 32 does not require us to have a CAP. But it does require us to make, correct? Am I right?
No.
When she agrees with me, this makes my day. It makes my whole night. Thank you, Andrea. So you don't have to have it, but I can focus on certain specific areas. And I can also partner with other cities because I'm pretty sure we don't have an air wall between us and Newport and everybody else. It's very tough. So is it more effective? This is for staff. I mean, is it more effective to partner with another city and kind of tag onto their plan, and then identify what we need to do and work in that vein? It seems more efficient. It seems more efficient to work as a county and have these programs. Every city has buildings and cars and trucks and buses and everything else. That leads me to the next question. Did we read any other plans by any other cities and review that and say, what can we glean from that? Because I really do believe in sustainability and renewal, and I don't like waste. And I look at the city and their budget and go, what dollars can we use really effectively? And can we take this money and actually make a change, make a significant progress in what you're trying to do that's effective? The LED lights is a great example. Give me 10 more like that, and I'm all on board. So that's kind of my question is if you looked at other options than us just standing alone, designing what looks like a complex, long process, and doesn't immediately start to address what we know we probably need to address and what might be cost effective. I don't want a big 2-year study that says, do these things and we can't afford them.
Yeah.
So those are probably my questions and comments. You can speak to it if you want. You don't have to, but thank you, everybody.
If I may, through the mayor, I just want to respond to one of your questions, which is about whether or not we can partner with other cities. Typically, that happens through information share, and we are already doing that with other cities. We spoke to the city of Santa Ana before we started preparing this item tonight because they're going through that process. And we have been looking at other cities within Orange County who currently have a climate action plan or climate action and adaptation plan. There's like 7 cities.
7 cities in California, in Orange County or California?
In Orange County.
In Orange County, of the 34. Yeah. Got it.
Typically, it is difficult to adopt a document like this with another jurisdiction because it becomes increasingly difficult to assign, these mitigation actions, and cities have their own different intricacies and different ways in which they can meet the target goals. So some of it is through transportation, but it also depends on just the makeup of the city, the types of construction, the types of abilities to put solar panels on, the types of city facilities. So there's a lot of factors where there wouldn't be good coordination between the cities. Though
I mean, you mentioned solar panels, and I'll just attack that one. If you Do you see the regulation becoming, I have to put up solar panels?
It already is.
Is that?
Yes, yeah, that's
in,
already
in new construction?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
In
Yeah.
existing construction, would you ever go,
New construction.
yeah, new construction only?
New construction,
But
it's
if I
required.
don't, if I have a plan and there's no new building, and so no one puts up new solar panels, and I don't meet my criterion, what happens? I guess I get subject to the state's abusive power.
Well, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'll finish. It's okay.
Well, no, I kind of want to.
And I'm looking for help.
But it's not directly a question.
Well, you have the floor next. So I think he said.
Why don't you go ahead, Andrea? Go ahead and just answer my question, if you will.
No, I mean, look, the way I think about this is it's sort of like twofold. So one, this is laying out direction for us. And I feel like we run around and kind of do green things, but it would be nice to know that we were doing the ones that had the greatest impact, that we were spending our money planting trees in the neighborhoods that need it the most, not just like where we decided to plant some trees for Earth Day, right? Like the idea is to give us some guardrails and say, here's where we should prioritize. And then, here's how much it's going to cost and all of the ancillary benefits that come out of it so that we feel like we're putting our effort in the right direction. So that's one part of it. The second piece of it is to your question on grants, and I think Lauren asked this too. Yes, this allows us to then apply for both state and federal grants because we can say we have a plan that we need this grant to go towards. So on this notion of 11,000 units of housing, if we identify that will single-handedly be worse for us than 20,000 more cars coming onto our roads or not doing any solar or whatever, then that my first point, that moves up in the priority list for us to say, all right, what should we be thinking about in terms of new construction? What codes, what reach codes, what new concrete materials, like how do we prioritize that so it's higher in the list that we're applying for grants on, that we're spending money on, that we're prioritizing as a city, as opposed to sticking an EV charging station at a convenience store no one's ever going to use. And so that's why cities do these things, both to have some real metrics that go along with your actions, but then also to prioritize where we should be spending the taxpayers' dollars. Yeah, thanks for letting me step onto a soapbox for a moment. Okay, a couple of my questions were around the vulnerability assessment in task 7 for DUDEC. So I'm interested in one of the deliverables is a city map or GIS layer of Costa Mesa's vulnerable communities. Can you say more about what you plan on doing there? And then I think the secondary question is for staff. Are we set up to accept a GIS layer at this point? And how can we use that internally?
We certainly do have GIS capabilities. We're utilizing them with the new TESA system, and we also have some of the background Esri platforms that we're utilizing, so we should be fine with that from a GIS perspective.
Great, thanks. The first part of my question was for the consultant.
Yeah, Jennifer from DUDEC, if you can address the GIS question, that'd be great.
Well, I mean, more specifically, like what can we accept? What can we expect when we receive information about vulnerable communities and risk?
Right, and you have to forgive me, I'm not the vulnerability lead on my team. But like I mentioned earlier, you guys have a local hazard mitigation plan. Our goal is to leverage and build off of that as much as possible. The vulnerability assessment will assess the various climate hazards, the vulnerable characteristics of the city of Costa Mesa, and infrastructure and assets that may improve resilience or adaptation. And then, so basically the result is a detailed understanding of the risk relative to the community members and the built environment. And that vulnerability assessment will inform the development of specific policies and strategies of the CAP to address the vulnerabilities, focusing on the most vulnerable in your communities and strengthen climate adaptation and resilience. So we do start off with a relationship to other planning documents. We review that, including the general plan, emergency operations plan, urban water management plan, stuff like that. We identify risks for City of Costa Mesa. It's likely going to be extreme heat, flooding, wildfire, drought, Santa Ana winds in relationship to the wildfire and air pollution, consistent with, again, the previous studies have done. We look at each of these climate hazards. We measure the magnitude of it. For example, how many high heat days you may have in a year. We look at these vulnerable populations by each of these hazards, timing, a spatial extent. So some of these hazards, and this kind of goes to the mapping questions, have a geographic or a spatial association with them. Extreme heat can be experienced differently locally due to urban heat island effect. So in areas that have a lot of asphalt surfaces and not a vegetation, or areas lacking urban tree canopy, that could have that could be mapped as a highest area of potential vulnerability, and that is where we should prioritize, I love that word, and focus our efforts in identifying actions for those specific areas. A lot of the greenhouse gas emission ones don't really have a spatial extent to them. The vulnerability does, which is why the mapping is important with that. And then we also kind of look at the level of certainty of the data that we're using.
Yeah, that's helpful. I guess I've sort of been thinking about, and I was just pulling up the hazard mitigation plan actually to try to figure out if we characterize some of those risks as sort of, I don't know, chronic versus acute, right? I think we've got increasing high heat concerns in the summer where we've had to open cooling centers and be particularly concerned about a lot of our seniors, especially the seniors that don't have air conditioning in their homes. And that, that is kind of becoming chronic. That is a thing that we have to do every single year. And then I sort of think about the things that are the flooding is one, right? We're going to actually talk about storm drains a little bit later, but it's that once in 1,000-year flood that takes out all of West 17th Street for 4 blocks. That I think that's in the hazard mitigation plan, but I'm not totally sure. So I would just ask JUDEC to pay sort of special attention to some of those risks. And I think that's, for me personally, that's an area that I'm really hoping to get a lot out of through this process so that we can then, definitely be applying for grants for some of those very expensive capital projects that, would help us to mitigate some of those risks. I think that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, look at Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you everyone for the good, robust questions. This is not something I'm used to dealing with in my daily life, so good to have experts and folks that are quick studies on this. I just have a couple questions, and I'm sure some of them may be already been stated, but I want to ask in a simpler way for myself to understand. The first one is kind of just like, we've talked about RHNA and the future implications of the housing we're going to build as part of this CAAP. Is there a number that we're like using as a baseline? Because obviously we're not going to build the full amount in the next 5-10 years. So is there a method, or what's the number we're using for future housing projects?
We have to use the assumption of our full RHNA. So that's the amount that we have to analyze. Your comments are probably accurate, but we have to take the most conservative approach and analyze the densities and the units that we, identified and committed to in the housing element.
So that's going to lead us to probably being farther ahead in the plan, just because if we're using the full numbers. Is that something we're comfortable with? Is like, are we fine having a higher, I don't know, like pollution because we're assuming we have more residents than we currently do? I'm just curious if this all this new to me.
Yeah, it's a good question. When we take the most conservative approach, we're kind of identifying like this is the most impactful scenario. And then once we adopt a climate action and adaptation plan, we'll continue to monitor it yearly. So we can then go back and make some assumptions on the real numbers that we actually have. This is the number of building permits that we actually saw in this RHNA cycle. And so we can start to make some assumptions about what our actual impacts have been.
Okay, thank you for that. Following up on the data, so are we like working with any like local agencies? Like I know there's like a Southern California air quality something. Like, are we borrowing data from existing organizations, or are we, you know, capturing our own data through this RFP, through this like bid?
So we will rely on other government agencies or lead agencies or regulatory agencies to get this information. In addition, we will be inviting them to participate within the external stakeholder working group as well to make sure that we have the correct information to use.
Okay, so we'll be proactive and actually partnering with others that have that data already available. Okay. Again, simple question, but this is something I'm not familiar with. Like, is this a requirement from the state, or is this something that's good to have for state funding?
Yeah, so we do have state law requirements that we need to meet. The climate action and adaptation plan in and of itself, creating it is voluntary. But what it does, as we've kind of described tonight, is put all of those requirements that we do have to do in other more ambitious goals in the same document. So we have one point of reference, and it's a lot easier for applicants too, because we can point them in that direction. Here's what you can expect when you start to build a large housing project or a commercial project. These are the requirements. Start to build them into your pro forma. Start to make sure that you put them in your plans before you submit.
Okay, so it's like a useful tool in the sense that it incorporates state law requirements in the tool. We can point to it. Just be a question for staff. Have we lost any funding for not having a CAAP plan?
Well, there's certain funding that's only available to us for like some of these capital improvement projects or different type of projects if you have an approved cap. So it's not to say that necessarily we've lost funding, we just haven't been able to obtain certain types of funding that could be out there for us for projects.
So it's almost fiscally responsible to not pass a plan, because then we're not opening up ourselves to the all available funding.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. I like two more general questions. So, Amar mentioned this a little bit with like certain areas. So for me, it's important that, you know, we're prioritizing all Costa Mesa. I know West Side Costa Mesa particularly has less tree canopies, has more of a heat wave situation. There's not so much trees. You know, we mentioned the constant heat waves that are not really, you know, they're becoming more. Well, they're a common occurrence basically every year, impacting seniors and low-income residents and all that you see. Is there anything baked into this that incorporates equity for all folks in Costa Mesa?
So that'll be one of the aspects that we're looking at, especially as part of the vulnerability assessment, to see, you know, what areas we need to focus on, and like Councilmember Marsh said, prioritize to ensure that those take place.
Okay. And then my last question is, you know, in the ideal world, like this goes perfect, right? You guys do the study, it's amazing. Like, what are, in your guys' opinion, like the tangible outcomes, apart from having this document that we can now get just more access to funding? Like, is there a tangible like result you want to get from having this policy?
I think there's several tangible things, and I think a lot of them have been talked about tonight. One is opportunity for funding. Two is having the roadmap on how and what items to address and tackle in a particular order that'll give us the biggest bang for our buck, as well as identify implementation measures for the development community in order to help contribute to the city's overall sustainability. And I think a huge one is also adaptability in addressing climate change impacts and making sure that we're ready for those impacts when they do come, since a lot of them are already here, in your example, extreme heat.
Okay. Thank you for entertaining my questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just have three quick questions for Ms. Reed, or at least I hope they're quick at this point. The first relates to Task 6, which is the GHG emissions reduction measures. The task states that the consultant will identify a range of measures for mitigating both community and municipal emissions through 2045. So my question is, with regard to municipal, does that mean there will be a separate assessment of city operations?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. Community and municipal inventories can sometimes get confused. They are different. So the purpose of doing the municipal inventory is focusing on the specific emissions from city facilities and vehicles and operations. It is usually a very small percent of the community-wide inventory, so sometimes around 1%. But the reason that you focus in and do a separate analysis of this is to, because this is the area where the city can really make a lot of progress. Again, I mentioned earlier, this is, they can lead by example, show the community that you're also making a lot of progress in meeting your goals and not just asking the community to go along with it. So the municipal is similar with the community. So you'll have transportation, energy, water, wastewater, solid waste, and off-road equipment. But it also has some interesting, differences to one of the best examples is if you had a landfill, you do not, but that would be something that would be, just under the municipal and maybe not the community. And you also have sometimes stationary sources that you operate. So we will be having two separate inventories. When it comes together and we develop our measures and actions, we will combine them all and note which ones are specifically municipal, meaning that the city has direct control over it. So we'll be very clear what is a city action and a community-wide action.
Okay. I mean, I think it may be good to just maintain them as bifurcated so that it's very clear. Obviously, we do have much more control over municipal than we do community-wide. My second question relates to task 7 about the vulnerability assessment. I didn't see it explicitly listed in actually the RFP or the proposal, but I'm assuming that there will be consultation with our public safety on this particular topic. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it, Jennifer.
Yes, the cap, for every part of the cap where there is a responsible department, division, or partner agency, we will do our best to coordinate with them. Having really strong buy-in from city staff really goes a long way, and the city knows more about the city than we do. So we really appreciate and put a large weight onto the information that we gather from city staff. So we will be definitely coordinating with those appropriate people.
Great. And then my last question has to do with the document itself and communication. So under task 12, there's a deliverable of a public-facing website. I believe Councilmember Reynolds had referenced this before as a project website, but is it also going to be kind of a living document where staff would actually update and monitor it, or is it just simply the PDF in a electronic format?
So the way it's designed is that staff would monitor it and update it on a regular basis. So that way, as new information comes out, we would be able to do it. It is envisioned to live on the sustainability webpage and be its own website tiering off of that, since we already have a sustainability website. And the consultant will be helping us as far as putting information together for the initial website, but then it'll be staff's responsibility to keep it maintained and updated.
Okay, so for example, would there be separate tabs for different emissions categories than mitigation measures that all presumably would be hyperlinked to other resources or to specific actions that we're taking?
Yes, that's absolutely doable.
Okay, all right, that's it for me.
I just had a couple things real quick. I think most of these questions were really good. I am, in terms of like what Councilmember Harper said, I had the same thought in that, like, if we have 34, climate change is a lot of, we're talking about the world, right? And we're talking about our little region and our little part of the globe, Orange County, 34 cities, all kind of like going in a bunch of different directions. And there must be a lot of commonalities. And I understand that, I went to a panel one time that was at the county to talk about this stuff. And I was just provided information by the staff that I pretty much just, thank God nobody asked me any follow-up questions. I was interested that, in Laguna, they're very concerned with wildfires and evacuating. And of course, in Irvine, they're most concerned about getting whatever gold star it is for being the fastest and the best. And I don't really even know that they even have a problem with climate change in Irvine because everything's good. They don't have any crime or homelessness or anything like that. But then you look at Santa Ana, they were very concerned about toxicity in their soil. And then you go to the coastal cities and they're concerned, of course, with sea level rise. And having said that, and I'm sure that there's something equivalent in Costa Mesa where we can say there's a specific thing that pertains to our 16 square miles of the earth that we need to deal with, that none of those other cities need to deal with. But I would venture to say in the main, there's more commonalities than there are differences. And so I would encourage not just us, but people in Orange County or even beyond the region, and certainly in our central Orange County area, to collaborate on ways that we can work together and eliminate redundancies in our work, and also come to some consensus about how we can work together and be consistent. So there's that. That was also obviously covered by Harper. But I'm fascinated by this thing, that you said that there was a typo on 3, and I cannot figure it out. It reminds me of a line from a movie, one of my favorite movies, where it says 60% of the time it works every time, right? I don't know if you know where that line is from, but or what the product we're talking about. If you do, don't yell it out. But it's like I'm reading the Legislative Digest. I don't think we have it right here, by the way. I mean, no offense. But Legislative Digest says, the state board is required to approve a statewide greenhouse gas emissions limit equivalent to the statewide greenhouse gas emissions level in 1990 to be achieved by 2020, and to adopt rules and regulations in an open public process to achieve the maximum technological feasibility and cost effect in greenhouse gas emissions. So it looks like, 2020 passed 4 years ago. This legislation was passed in 2016. Did we hit that? Did we do that by 2020? No, we did not. Okay, so we didn't achieve that. And then it goes on to say, and this is kind of getting to what you're saying, but I think the wording isn't exactly right in the PowerPoint. It says this bill would require the state board to ensure that statewide greenhouse gas emissions are reduced to 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. So our thing says 40% reduction to 1990 levels in slide 3. So what is it with 1990 levels? Do we have a baseline for 1990? Are we able, what on earth is going on here? Can somebody explain this to me so even I can understand all this 1990 and 40% and 2020 and 2030? And and Councilmember Marr, if you can do it.
1990 was the Kyoto Protocol. So it was sort of a line in the sand. And the first time that countries across the world agreed that they were actually going to count emissions and work towards reducing them. So it's more a historical artifact than anything.
But who measured it?
Yeah, but how do we know what 1990 levels were?
The amount of carbon in the air has been measured for a while.
Okay.
It's more of a top-down approach than a bottoms-up approach, which is what we're trying to do.
The California Air Resources Board is the keeper of that information.
Okay. Yeah, these are not rhetorical questions. I want to know the answer. I honestly don't understand it. So we know that what the level was in 1990 because there's some database that's been kept. And then okay. And then, all right, and we're trying to get to carbon neutral by 2045, and we'll be able to measure that with the same way we've been measuring these things since before 1990.
Yeah, with
Will
the
there going to be no statewide and worldwide, whether we've hit it?
there'll be assumptions. That's all we can do is make assumptions based on the information that we have and what we can project forward to that time frame.
And how accurate are those numbers? I mean, anybody who can answer it. Or what's our level of confidence in the accuracy?
So I would refer back to DUDEC, but I'm going to assume that there is a industry standard that's ran through that analyzes that information to provide the information as to what the future projections would be.
Okay. It's just interesting to me, and I don't think I'll ever be in a position to ask these questions again. So I appreciate you indulging me. All right, let's open it up to the public.
I had a couple more questions.
Oh, you do? Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm trying to help you out here and trying to justify this in my own mind. You said that if we had a cap, there would be funding for projects. Which projects is there funding for currently?
I can start answering the question.
You can answer it, Raja?
I'll try.
I did not expect, but go ahead.
So some examples are like charging stations. We could get more charging stations in the city that are public charging stations.
If we had a cap.
If we had, a document like this.
100% paid for?
Yes, yeah. For example, we recently installed, the ones that we have outside here are grant funded too. So, so there are more opportunities for that can happen. We talked about solar panels at city buildings, or it could be a parking lot with solar roof panels. I mean, things like that can get funding. So there are.
They would have to be city-owned projects, or I'm assuming, right? You can't offer grants to people in the community to try and
there
lower.
are some that are for community rebates.
Okay, rebates for businesses.
There are
maybe.
rebates, that this sometimes it could be funded too through other grants.
Okay.
That those rebates can be offered, and other examples are, we haven't considered that, but community choice energy is one of the things that that could be implemented as part of this cap. So
there are other things. Okay.
Do you want me to read a list?
Sorry?
Do you want me to read a list?
Maybe.
CARB, in partnership with CalSTAR, launched a
I
clean off-road equipment voucher.
Okay.
South Coast AQMD launched voucher initiative programs for landscaping services. So all of our landscaping there's more landscaping. There's an emergency solutions grant up to $200,000 for infrastructure related to housing families in the event of emergencies. U.S. Department of Transportation has a grant that helps cities invest in road infrastructure as part of the Transportation Investment Generating Economic Recovery Discretionary Grants. Congress has dedicated $14.3 billion to that program.
And that is dependent on a cap.
It helps.
It helps. Okay, just okay.
That's how, I don't know how much.
No, forgive me. I mean, there's a difference.
Sure.
And to imply that
I haven't
didn't just help.
Read the criteria for
My
every
question
one of
was
these grants,
really,
but
no, you said that if I could get this money if I had a cap, which implies that I can't get it if I don't have a cap. It just helps.
I don't think you've applied for a grant recently, have you?
No. I do know what I think of CARB, which I've worked with for all my career, and be subject to it. And today, CARB requires us to buy 10% of our fleet and make it electric for heavy-duty trucks. No one makes them. And I have to do it by January 2026. Usually takes me a year to get trucks and a half year to build them out. It's just, I'm looking at some of these regulations and they're just unrealistic. I do not know. I still don't understand. Maybe you can try a run at it. 1990. Is DUDEC going to come up with a baseline what our 1990 numbers, greenhouse gas numbers were in Costa Mesa? Because that was the mayor's question, and I thought it was a good one.
I'll start, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer for the details. But the California Air Resources Board has the 1990 emission levels for the state of California.
For the entire state?
Correct. That's correct. So SB 32, the law that created this emissions reduction program, was adopted in 2006. In 2007, CARB went about
2016,
No, it
was
was
it? No,
2006. It was
Okay.
2006,
Okay.
yes. Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor. Yeah. And in 2007, CARB created the inventory so that local jurisdictions could start addressing climate change. And then back in the late 2000s, individual projects were having to address emissions reduction. So the idea of a cap citywide helps individual projects from having to do that analysis on their own. They could utilize the city's inventory.
And within private, CARB is driving us to measure certain things. To what end, we're not sure, but they do. But it still doesn't answer my question as to what's the greenhouse gas number for Costa Mesa, and how do you arrive at it based on 1990?
And I'm going to throw that one over to Jennifer Reed.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to clarify a few things on the state climate change targets. The first major one is Assembly Bill 32. And that one's not to be confused with Senate Bill 32, which is very confusing. But Assembly Bill 32, that's the Global Warming Solutions Act of 2006. That was the one that established the 2020 target that is now behind us for California to hit their 1990 levels by 2020. California did achieve that. The next one that is a milestone for today is Senate Bill 32. That is the statewide goal to reduce 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. The CAP will be evaluating that as the near-term goal. And the more recent one for 2045 is Assembly Bill 1279. And that one's a two-part goal, but the one that's applicable to the city is the reduce of 85% below 1990 levels. So to get to your really good question, what do we know what 1990 levels are in city of Costa Mesa? We don't. That was a really long time ago. The state identified the challenge of doing that and proposed in their scoping plan, their 2008 scoping plan, a way to, an alternative way to measure it, and it's approximately 15% below 2005 levels or 2006 in that kind of time period. For Costa Mesa, since this is your first CAP and first inventory, we are not working with a lot of data. So a lot of other cities have maybe a 2010 or 2015 that you could backcast from. For Costa Mesa, we will be doing some backcasting based on trends, similar assessment that what we'd be doing to forecast in the future to get an idea of where you were probably around the 2005 time.
So backcasting, that's a term I've never heard before. Backcasting,
Yeah.
You're going from 2015 where we've got some data, and you're gonna go ahead, finish my sentence. How are you gonna do that?
Yeah, we actually don't even have 2015 data. We're going to be preparing your first inventory. So we are going to be doing our best to figure out where you were maybe in 2005, or we figure out where you were in 2020, because 2020 is supposed to be equivalent to 1990.
Wow, so everybody's gonna have the same problem. They're not gonna be able to figure out where they were in 1990.
I know where I was.
Yeah, I was smoking something too, John.
No, I wasn't. I was living the good life at the Cape Apartments.
I think that was the year. Maybe it was before college. That's not far enough back. We don't know. We're not going to know. This is interesting. We're trying to comply with legislation that there's not a real pragmatic way to get to 1990. That's what I just heard. Tell me I'm wrong. No. Okay. I'm done.
So can we open it up to the public, please? Let's open it up to the public hearing. I think we have enough questions that we've answered. Open to the public. I know. Yes,
Me first?
you may.
Okay. My name's Phil Chipman. I've been living here over 40 years.
And I don't come to many council meetings. I've come to a few, but I was very happy to see that you're pursuing this, getting a climate action plan going. So real quick, I looked online how many other cities have one going. There's not that many in California, to tell you the truth, but there are a few, and they're really good plans. One is El Cerrito up in San Francisco area. Another one is Agora Hills, which DUDEC did. I mean, you can look at that as a good example. And in fact, I pulled it up, and to answer some of the questions you're having, because it's a confusing world to get into, trying to understand climate change, what drives it, and how you can do your part to reduce it. I mean, individually, I can't do a thing. I can do just a teeny little bit, but it's not going to mean anything. At a city level, at a city level, not only can you have thousands of people to make a change, but you can be an example for other surrounding communities to show how easy it is. I did some quick calculations because there was a question about CO2, greenhouse gases. A typical car per year puts out 4.6 tons of CO2. Okay, the goal for Agora Hills is to eliminate 36,000 metric tons of CO2. And now this enables them to help meet the state goal. So they're doing their part. That's another thing you want to show. Costa Mesa would be unique in this area to show that we're trying to meet the state goal. It would take 1,800 cars to convert to electric to achieve the 36,000 tons. Does that help at all? It's not that hard. It's not that hard. In fact, if our whole police department converted to electric vehicles, you'd be on your way. We would be on our way. So anyway, I strongly support this plan, and I'm hoping it gets adopted, and please, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service. This is a tough one for me because I'm just fiscally allergic to this conversation. I don't understand why, and I think the first policy mistake council made was when they implemented a climate czar. They decided to burden it with a full-time equivalent body. That should have been outsourced so you can flex up and down based off of the needs. Right now, you have that, and I don't know why we couldn't lean on such an employee to craft the basis of this. I heard we're going to be maybe third in the state to move forward on this plan. I'm a little bit concerned on that. So we have this full-time equivalent, and now we're going to further burden it here. Why don't we just take that $500,000 and go buy some EV cars and some solar panels? Clearly, we have the staff and the ability to go get grants. I'm not sold that this is a necessity. But this is the second time that I've mentioned that the CIP budget is being plundered. When I talk about City Hall being broken, I don't say the people at City Hall are broken. I say the process is broken. I think Raja Thurman is a fine man and an asset to this city. Back in the day, when I first started getting involved, we worked on Broadway. It was the feature project of the city that week, and the prior council promised within 7 years they would be back for systematic investment in infrastructure. And since then, you know, often the city's been back to paint the faded street markings that I think make it safer for cars and bicycles and pedestrians. Not once. When I asked staff based off of my neighbors saying, when is the city coming back? Because we now have cracks with landscaping volunteering in the middle of the street. You know what staff told me when they're coming back? They're not. So there's a consequence for these policies of city council taking 5 pounds of project and putting it in the staff's 5-pound bags. I just wanted to share what I hope is a horrifying example of the consequences of City Hall being broken. I was out and about. City council member from Newport Beach pulled me aside and said, hey, you want to know what my new economic development pitch is, Jim? I'm often asked that, you know, the high cost of rent in Newport Beach and what the city can do for concessions, because, you know, we're trying to choose where to go, Newport Beach or Costa Mesa. You know what his pitch is? Call your contractor. Ask him what life is like in Costa Mesa from a time and money burden. And he slaps me on the shoulder and he says, Fitzy, it works every time. I'm horrified by that. I hope you are too. And if what you're saying, I have no idea what Jim and that council member are talking about, I'll just leave you with this one question. How does a council member from Newport Beach know if you don't? And the last thing I have is a request. I'm a heavy user of city resources here. I think staff is great, but it's clearly broken. We have Tessa that we can bang on for reports and try and understand this process. Who wants to work with me to fix this? I'd certainly like to work with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Will anybody on Zoom? Yes.
Yes. Craig, please.
Hi, Craig. You have the floor.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you. Craig Preston here, resident of City Council of Costa Mesa. I'm a driver, a biker, and a walker, so thank you for your years of improving things. Broadway was just mentioned. I go up and down that street often on my bike, and I'm glad for safer streets. Also, thank you for the EV chargers out in front of City Hall. I've used those, and I'm grateful for this proposal tonight. I'm in support. I wanted to mention that in terms of measuring 1990 results, I appreciate the discussion on that and the difficulty. I just want to mention one thing that's clear to me is that greenhouse gas emissions were 320 parts per million when I was born, 1964. For the 800,000 years before that, they went from 180 to 280. So why the increase? But then why did it keep going up? And then 1990, it was 355 parts per million. And then in 2024, it's up to 425 parts per million. We have this curve that's just taking over, and it creates a blanket. And as you know, blankets create heat and save heat. And now we have hurricanes and wildfires and heat problems, droughts, downpours, a more erratic weather system. I have friends in North Carolina that I don't know how to reach them because the cell phone tower is out, their house, the bridge is out, their power is out, and then the last text I got was that gasoline on the generator was going out. And so concerned for how can we get our infrastructure and get ready for what's coming. Yes, we have unique challenges here in Costa Mesa, but we also need to be a resource because other places that have their homes burning will come here to seek refuge, and the smoke will come here. I want to just mention insurance rates. We see that happening around the country because insurance companies follow this and the reinsurance market follows it. And they can see after 10 years of so many billion-dollar devastating events, they know this is a losing proposition for them. So they're pulling out of states and they're pulling out of the insurance market, which is just going to put it on us, the taxpayer, to have to rebuild homes or tell these people you can't rebuild there. So I'm hoping a climate action and an adaptation plan will give guidance. I think it's a really smart thing to do. I think many cities around the state are moving on this. And the county did one so that they could be an example and be a resource to cities in Orange County. And they have already benefited by getting grant funding that'll build that, but it's only for their jurisdiction. So the county has their jurisdiction, we have ours here in Costa Mesa. And I'm hoping many cities will follow our example. So I urge strong support for this tonight. Thank you for your actions and thoughtful questions.
Okay. Anybody else on Zoom?
Roberto, please.
Roberto, you have the floor.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. This is Roberto with Resilience Orange County, and I would like to speak on the importance of creating a climate action plan that protects all Costa Mesa residents while building a stronger, healthier, and more resilient community for generations to come. Costa Mesa is a vibrant and diverse city, and as we plan for a future affected by climate change, it is important that we consider the challenges faced by all of our neighbors. Whether we live in the west side or east side or anywhere in between, we all share the same air and water. Our collective well-being depends on the steps that we take today to reduce emissions, enhance green spaces, and improve infrastructure in every part of our city. In crafting a climate action plan, we can be a model for how cities tackle both environmental and social challenges together. There are neighborhoods in Costa Mesa that face a higher burden of environmental stress. Residents in these areas experience more pollution, less tree cover, and fewer parks. These factors not only affect health outcomes, but the overall quality of life in our community. And by addressing these disparities, we don't just help neighborhoods most impacted by environmental stress, we help all of Costa Mesa be a better place to live. Regarding the specific outreach, I would encourage meaningful engagement with the Latino community here in Costa Mesa. The consultants with Fairview Development Center showed what meaningful engagement can look like, materials and information provided in Spanish, live interpretation at community outreach events, and conducting the events out in the community, specifically targeting Latino outreach to make it easier for attendees to provide feedback. I urge the city to adopt a climate action plan that invests in green infrastructure, improves air quality, and creates safe and healthy neighborhoods across the city. We will not only improve quality of life, but also build a stronger, more resilient Costa Mesa for everyone. Also engaging the Latino community and other historically marginalized groups isn't just something right to do. It's a smart strategy for building a more unified city that thrives in the face of future challenges. Thank you so much.
Anybody else?
No further speakers.
Okay, close public comment. Councilmember Reynolds has a motion.
Trying to get my mic on here. Okay. Yes, my motion will be to approve staff recommendation. I'm not going to read all four parts. Approve staff recommendation with the following adjustments to the scope. So conduct individual meetings with council members during the visioning phase to get input on potential and priority measures. Provide council a mid-project update at the completion of the following milestones. Sorry, this is one update when the following are complete. The GHG inventory and wedge analysis, vulnerability assessment, and the selection of the emissions reduction and adaptation measures. Initiate the public engagement no later than April 2025. That's just pushing forward 1 month to meet Earth Month. Require any of the marketing materials to adhere to sustainability principles and be sourced through Costa Mesa businesses. And then work with the consultant to determine whether any interim deliverables are needed to leverage key grant funding opportunities.
Second.
Okay, would you like to speak to the motion?
We've talked a lot about it. I'll just say, a lot of, I think, our whole council's focus in our work is creating a safe and healthy community for all residents who live here. And we've talked about, seniors who are more and more facing extreme heat, for example, as the summers get hotter. Our kids, asthma rates are increasing because of poor air quality. So, there's a lot of really good work that will come through this climate action and adaptation plan to support a safe and healthy environment for Costa Mesa residents. And I'm excited we're getting this done because I think it's going to help us identify and prioritize those actions and, as has been stated multiple times, really unlock billions, well, for us millions, but there's been billions of dollars made available for projects supporting climate action and adaptation, and really want to get our hands on that for Costa Mesa.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marth for the second. Do you wish to?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to correct the record on a couple of things. So one, the 2019 report from the California Air Resources Board states that 181 cities had climate action plans as of 2019. So I can't find a more recent report, but 181 cities were on their way with climate action plans like 5 years ago. So I think it's probably the majority of cities at this point in California that have these, and that's for very good reason. So if you do pull up the CARB website under local actions for climate change, there's actually a list. When I was rattling off all of those grants, I didn't even get to the bottom of the page. It talked about tree cover and some of the issues that we cover here at these council meetings quite frequently. And so through CARB, there are sources of funding. They also do a good job of collecting all of these resources for grants that we can apply for. And so, no, I mean, to Councilmember Harper's point, like it's not a given. But if we could do one more thing to help ourselves achieve goals that we have already set and things that we are already aspiring to as a council, then we should use every tool in the toolbox. And having a climate action and adaptation plan is really sort of like the minimum requirement to get in the door for a lot of these opportunities. So glad we're finally doing this. If anything, my feedback for Judic is how do we do it faster? So the timeline you laid out in the proposal is fine. I appreciate it. I'm glad we're gonna get lots of community feedback. That being said, as the consultant said, a lot of this data already exists. A lot of it we've already talked about in our hazard mitigation plan. And so I'm not going to amend the motion, but I would like to see us get at least a draft a whole heck of a lot faster because I would like to still be on council when we start taking action on the plan. Thank you.
Any other people want to speak? Did you want to say something further?
I agree with that comment, and so I'm going to suggest an addition to the motion to, in the project kickoff meeting, examine whether we can expedite the project schedule.
Okay.
Second.
Right, and then Councilmember, so that's part of the motion now, and it's been seconded. So Councilmember Chavez, you want to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I'll be brief. This is, this is an area where I'm out of my wheelhouse. And I kind of live by a simple rule when it comes to council decisions when I'm not an expert in something, which often, given my age, is quite often, is I'll defer to experts. And we have two great councilwomen on this dais that work in this field. And no offense to staff, but I found their answers a lot more enlightening for me. And I have a lot of trust that this could be a tool that can benefit the community. For me, the main point I want to highlight, which I always try to highlight, not always overtly, but in all my comments, is equity. It's important to me that we use the data to actually equitably address issues in Costa Mesa. I can tell you for a fact that there's less trees in West Side. I hope this document can point out tangible ways to address inequalities in the city while moving forward on getting more grant funding. So I have full confidence in this motion and the changes, and I'm excited to see the data that comes from it.
So I support the motion. I hope this is not a scientifically wrong analogy. And if it is, please don't correct me because I'm supporting the motion. But when I grew up in the San Gabriel Valley in the 1960s and the 1970s. In the 1970s, we had a terrible problem when I was growing up with smog alerts and stage 1, stage 2 smog alerts. And in 1976, the state of California created these air quality management districts, and the air quality management districts were to reduce emissions so that we wouldn't have smog alerts. And so I was just curious as I was listening, and I did a little Google research, and so if it comes from Google, it must be true. And I said, how did all that work? It says, yes, the air quality in Los Angeles has improved over the past few decades. The ozone level, the maximum levels of ozone are less than a quarter of what they were in the 1950s. Smog alerts, stage 1 smog alerts have been eliminated. Stage 2 smog alerts have not occurred since the 1980s. It was a big deal when I was growing up. We had to stop playing Little League. We had to come in. We couldn't go out and do our PE and all that stuff. And you could really feel it in your lungs. And now we don't have that anymore. So with any luck and the work of the city of Costa Mesa and the great work of DUDEC, we'll have something similar with respect to the climate change and the issues that we're facing now in terms of emissions. And we are only one city, but as Mary Spadoni quoted earlier Ronald Reagan that said something to the effect of, you can only help who you can help or something of that nature. So here we are, we're doing the best we can. It's a good motion, I appreciate it. And I appreciate the expertise of Councilmember and the staff and Dudek, but also my colleagues, Councilmembers Reynolds and Marr. Shall we call for the question?
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay, so let's move on to new business item number 3.
Item 3, housing element implementation update and development services process improvements to facilitate housing development. Presentation by Ms. McGill, Planning and Sustainability Development Manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. I'm going to shift one over to the left here. Just bear with me for a second while I put up the presentation. Okay. The presentation tonight will be an update on the housing element implementation, as well as development services and process improvements that facilitate housing development. With me tonight is Cecilia Gallardo-Daly, Assistant City Manager, Scott Drampkin, Assistant Director of Economic and Development Services, Michelle Halligan, Senior Planner, and Caitlin Curley, Assistant Planner. This team has helped in the implementation of the housing element, as well as prepare the item tonight, and will support in the questions that you have on this item. So this is the roadmap for our discussion tonight. First, I'm going to walk through a progress update on our pipeline projects against our regional housing needs and assessment, which I'll refer to as RENA for the rest of the presentation. And then we'll go through the status of the housing element programs. I'm really going to try to focus on updates that have happened since the last update occurred in December. So I'll walk through some of those items and where those key updates have been in the last 10-ish months. We'll go through programs that are completed and underway, the rezone program and the RFP that we're going to release at the end of this week or next week. We'll discuss that a little bit later in the presentation. And then the milestone schedule for the implementation. We'll then talk a little bit about the development services process improvements, resource improvements within our department, organizational enhancements within our department, and then the creation of the advanced planning team to help facilitate these efforts. So by way of background, the city adopted its housing element back in November 2022, and within the housing plan, there is, within the housing element, there is the housing plan, which is also Chapter 4. It identifies the actions and programs which we are committed to work towards, and those goals that they support are here on the screen. There are 47 programs that need to be completed within the 2021 to 2029 planning period. A majority of those have been front-loaded into the planning period and are identified to be completed within the next 2 to 3 years, if not already completed. So I'm going to move into pipeline projects. And for the purposes of this presentation, inform you that the city continues to monitor and track the number of housing units that are in the pipeline. For the purposes of this presentation, pipeline means projects that are in entitlement review, already entitled, about to be constructed, so have already sought a building permit or under construction, or recently constructed but counted within this planning period. So first we start with small scale projects. These have been pulled from our annual housing progress reports. They are projects like single family homes, duplexes, triplexes, ADUs, and so you can see we start at October 2021, which is the beginning of our planning period, up until the end of 2023, and there are 414 units that have been created within the last 2 years. We don't over 261 total projects. It's probably higher than that if you add our 2024 numbers, but we haven't reached the end of this year yet, so I haven't included those numbers in, but we can provide that information in the new year. Then this next table is the larger housing projects that we have on file, again, that are in entitlement review, already entitled, about to start construction, or constructed. There's 14 projects total, and they account for 2,646 housing units. And then finally, for the purposes of assessing where we are, we also note the Fairview Development Center specific plan. Our housing element identifies 2,300 units within the FDC, but because we brought 3 land use concepts to the public for outreach this summer, I have included all of those land use concepts that were presented. So this kind of gives you an idea. There will be an additional somewhere between 2,300 and 4,000 units that we would identify in our pipeline, depending on what ultimately gets included in a preferred plan. So then you can see on the next table that kind of summarizes into where we are at in terms of meeting our RHNA allocation. We count pipeline projects because if they're under entitlement review or recently entitled, we have a pretty good confidence that they will actually get built. But for RHNA purposes, we really count projects that have received a building permit, so when we report to HCD. So you can see here in the total numbers, without counting out FDC, we're at about 3,060 units, so about 26% towards our RHNA in terms of real numbers. Obviously, you can see we still have income category goals, and so we're further along in our above moderate income, which isn't surprising. Most cities, the lower income categories are where it continues to be a challenge, but we still are. We still do have pipeline projects in those income categories. And then if you include FDC, you're somewhere between 46 and 60%, depending on the number of units that ultimately gets incorporated into the preferred plan. All right, I'm going to transition into housing programs that have been completed and are underway. So one new program that is now complete is the monitoring and preservation of at-risk housing units. Within this planning period, the city identified 75 very low income units located at 1844 Park Avenue, also known as the Casabella Apartments, that were identified as at risk. Over the last several months, the city has reached out to the property manager and confirmed that they hold an agreement with HUD, which renews every 5 years and makes mandates restricting these units under an affordability covenant for the lifetime of the project. So what that means is that those affordable units are no longer at risk. They will continue to maintain deed restricted, and for the purposes of our housing implementation, this program is considered complete. Another program that is complete is the Affordable Housing Ordinance, which the city held its second reading on in August and went into effect in September. We are continuing to do a little bit more work on this effort, including developing some template affordable housing agreement for future projects, as well as some kind of guidelines and handouts that will be helpful for applicants so that they better understand what their requirements are. So while this program is complete from the standpoint of the housing element, there is still some background work that staff is continuing to do. We have talked about FDC a little bit tonight, but where we are at in that process in the specific plan is that we developed 3 land use concepts and presented them to the community in the summer to solicit input. We ended up receiving over 700 responses to our survey. Those results were published on the FDC website. And I'll talk a little bit about this in next steps, but the next step would be to go to the Planning Commission for a study session on the concepts, the survey results, as well as feasibility analysis of these land use plans. For accessory dwelling units, the city is developing a program for pre-approved ADU plans, which will be effective and launched on the city's website before the end of the year. The program would invite architects and designers to submit plans for the city review to be on the city's pre-approved list. Those would then live on the city's website, and residents would be able to come into City Hall, potentially pick a pre-approved plan, and have a more expedited review process. There's some minor things they would have to submit, like a site plan, potentially a soils report, but it would be a much faster review process. And so that will go into effect before the end of the year. And then finally, the city is conducting a regional assessment of fair housing along with 33 other participating jurisdictions in Orange County. The end product of that is a report that would identify impacts and impediments to fair housing and provide recommendations. City staff would then take those recommendations and incorporate it into updating the 5-year consolidated plan. City staff are also holding outreach meetings. So there was one held last week and one next week that will be ultimately incorporated into the plan as well. I'm going to go through projects really quickly, updates since December of last year when we last provided an update. The Bridge Homeless Shelter has increased its total capacity to 100 beds, and also launched the Street Medicine Program, which launched in August and provides primary and behavioral health care services to those that are sheltered and unsheltered. So those services are currently being provided to the public. The Bungalows project is now complete and fully occupied, the 6 units and the 2 additional ADUs. The 1400 Bristol Travel Lodge project is a home key project, which converts the Travel Lodge into 76 deed restricted units and 2 managers units. Funding is now fully secured and construction will start in early 2025 and expected to be complete in August or September of next year. The 2274 Newport project is also a home key project. Phase 1, which included 40 units, was constructed in 2023, and Phase 2 will convert the remaining 48 units to permanent supportive housing with wraparound services for seniors. Funding has been secured for Phase 2, and construction will begin at the end of the year. And then finally, the Jamboree Senior Housing Project went to the City Council in February of this year for an urban master plan screening, and now is moving through entitlements. Since the urban master plan screening, the project has actually increased from 60 to 70 senior housing units with 1 manager unit. So this was presented back in December 2023, and I'm going to build off of this framework for the remainder of the updates. The housing programs have been sort of separated for ease of reference into 2 sort of frameworks. One are existing programs or frameworks, which we would build off of, and that includes things like residential assistance programs, which we continue to provide to the public throughout the whole planning period. Housing outreach, so this is more about information distribution. The city staff is currently working on revamping the city website to have a housing landing page so that we can better provide information for residents, and then they can go from there. Housing element implementations, updates on ADUs, in a future phase, major housing projects. Also zoning code updates. These are more minor code updates, not our rezone program, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. So these are things like revisions to definitions, which are included in our program, updates to certain land uses, which will be amended to be like by right uses. So things like that, and they are being incorporated into this year's code cleanup efforts. And then finally, review of the housing fees. So the housing element advises staff to review planning application fees to ensure that there is no burden for housing projects. You'll see when we get to the milestones schedule, this program will sort of live on through the planning period, because when we finish the rezone program, it will be appropriate to go back to our application fees again and just check to make sure that they're still appropriate. So in terms of the new framework, I'm going to flesh this out a little bit more. This is what we've really been referring to as the rezone program. So it includes a variety of things. First is a robust visioning and a community engagement strategy that really is going to focus on helping to develop some objective design standards for the city. They will both be city-wide objective design standards as well as neighborhood-based. Objective design standards are really what they say in the title. They're objective. They can be uniformly verifiable. So A height limit, a height maximum is a good example of an objective standard. Through the community process, the community will help refine design requirements that will make a high-quality neighborhood, but can also accommodate the density ranges that are necessary for housing element compliance. And then in terms of the rezone program, which is really the general plan updates, the rezoning, and the program EIRs, these are really to simplify, integrate, update, so looking at our specific plans and making the necessary updates, taking a look and reviewing our urban plans and our overlays, and potentially updating or replacing outdated plans, reviewing and updating our corridor plans, potentially incorporating mixed-use zoning districts into the city. And then finally, the housing element also has programs associated with the safety element and environmental justice policies, and those are going to be running concurrently with the climate action and adaptation plan that you approved earlier tonight. So in terms of the schedule, I'll just highlight a few things for you here. The blue color is really to identify where we're doing some of the core bulk of the work and what those identified timelines are. Then as you look into the light blue, that is really to identify programs which will continue to live on through the planning period. So we continue to give, provide residential rehabilitation programs, support services. We're going to continue to update our website as these programs evolve and update, continue to identify partnerships and user-friendly guidelines. And then this is really where the bulk of the new framework work will exist. We're currently processing the FDC specific plan, as I mentioned earlier, and then you can see some of the rezone programs where we have some key milestones and identified some timelines that we think we can stick to. Apologies, I forgot to say something very important, so I'm going to go back. The city is preparing to release the RFP. I briefly mentioned this earlier in the presentation, either at the end of this week or early next week, so that we can find a consultant to help us with this work. We are hoping to get creative ideas from consultants that will really focus on a couple of major goals. One, making sure that we get to HCD compliance as soon as we possibly can, but also provide a program that's comprehensive enough to allow us to encourage and accelerate housing production in the future, and dare I say, set us up for future RHNA allocations. So I know that seems a little bit early to say, but we want to make sure that our zoning program can accommodate, future legislative changes. So now on to the resource process improvements. The City Council has set aside $2.5 million in a housing trust fund to fund additional housing programs. So this was previously, some ideas discussed were first-time home buyers, but how this funding gets allocated and where it goes is yet to be determined, and it will be brought back to the City Council at a later date. We currently have a grant for $3.5 million for the Fairview Development Center process and specific plan, and that is in process. And then we are also implementing our new land management system, TESA, and a one-year update will be coming back to you in the next few months. In terms of organizational enhancements, the city hired a new assistant city manager, Cecilia, who's sitting over to my left, who has extensive land use planning background. The creation of a new role for the Planning and Sustainability Development Manager to oversee current planning. The creation of a second Planning and Sustainability Development Manager to oversee advanced planning. The creation of additional permit technician position to assist with permit processing, and then updating planning and building job classifications to market compensation to improve our staff recruitment and retention. And then finally, the creation of an advanced planning team. And our team is responsible for mainly the city's long-range or advanced planning work programs and efforts. So that includes things like housing element implementation, advanced planning initiatives and programs such as FDC, the rezone program, the inclusionary ordinance, annual code cleanups, the climate action and adaptation plan. We also monitor and implement state legislation. It is changing quite frequently, so it's ever more important for there to be dedicated staff to make sure we monitor and implement new state legislation, and monitoring grants and the opportunities that the city will have to seek further grants for these efforts. And then, if you'll allow me, I know the presentation is getting a little bit long, but I do want to highlight my staff who are here tonight with me. And I do want to make a special shout out to Scott Drapkin, who was really integral in working with HCD in getting the housing element to City Council adoption and steering the beginning phases of our implementation, such as the Measure K vote approval and starting up the Fairview Development Specific Plan. So that really put in a lot of the groundwork to be able to move forward with some of the new framework items. Principal Planner Paivan Nanthaguansi, she's not here tonight, but she is the project planner for the FDC specific plan. And you will continue to see her as we move forward in that specific plan process. And she has also supported our other housing element implementation programs and goals since the adoption. Michelle Halligan, who is sitting next to me, she became a permanent staff member in January, but has actually been with the city since 2019, working mainly on cannabis-related items. But she has an extensive background in preparing advanced planning documents for numerous jurisdictions, including housing elements and general plans, and she'll be supporting the rezone program. And finally, Caitlin Curley, assistant planner, who's been working on a variety of advanced planning efforts, including residential parking study, which is one of our programs, annual code cleanups, and researching upcoming grants and state legislation, as well as overseeing the city's outdoor dining permit program. So all the staff that I mentioned today are going to be supporting the efforts in the advanced planning team, including the rezone program and housing element implementation. So that really concludes the presentation. The recommendation is really to receive the update and provide feedback as necessary. But I will go through just some next steps too after tonight. We will continue to process the FDC specific plan and come back in late 2024, early 2025 for a study session with the Planning Commission, with the goal to be to then come back in the new year with a recommendation and action on a preferred plan so we can start our CEQA analysis and actually drafting the specific plan. As I mentioned before, the RFP for the rezone program will be released at the end of this week or early next week. We will hopefully come back to the City Council in early 2025 for a contract approval and then formally kick off our rezone program. And finally, continue to update the City Council and the public on our implementation progress on the housing element. That concludes staff presentation, and I'm available for any questions you have.
Council? I think, yeah. I'm trying to think how the order here, because it's receive and file. Why don't we do the questions now, and then we'll open it up to the public, such as they are here. There's not a lot of people, but then we can do the comments after that. I only have one question. When you were doing the corridors on page 11, I think, of your presentation, corridor plan, mixed-use zoning, I noticed that there was not a reference to Newport Boulevard. Is that covered someplace else, or is it meant to be included in one of the bullets?
Oh, apologies, that's a typo on my behalf. It's under the specific plans, and it currently says New Boulevard, but it should say Newport Boulevard specific plan.
Newport Boulevard specific plan update. Okay, thank you. Good. All right, that was an okay question. Okay, so anybody else? So let's open it up. Oh, there were other questions? Councilmember Adams?
Yeah, okay, so last slide 18, I just want to be clear on this. Winter 2025, is that February 2025 or is that December 2025?
So we would anticipate the contract approval coming in January. Let's say it's late January, whatever the council meeting we can get on. We would anticipate holding a kickoff meeting within, 2 to 3 weeks of that date. So we're talking more early February.
So this is Q1 2025.
Yeah, Q1 2025.
For both the FDC preferred plan and the rezone kickoff. Okay. Whew. I was going to say later 2025 would be way too late. Okay. I had just one other question. I'm really interested in the ADU sort of pre-approved plan. Can you just describe a little bit more of the process for selecting the pre-approved ADU plans and give me a sense for the range? Like, is it sort of 3 very large ones, or do we have a range of, the smallest, cheapest you can do to, the biggest you can do?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what the state law requires us to do is to set up a program. So what we have to do by January 1st is invite architects, designers, contractors to be able to submit. However, we already do have some interested parties who want to go through this process. So we've already been having meetings with our building department to get a better understanding of what the requirements would be, how this would look moving forward. We can't set any stipulations on the pre-approved ADU plans that ultimately get submitted for our review, but we have been having some conversations with some architects, designers, and companies who do this. And we want to make sure that we have, a good range of options, that there's, a studio option, that there's a 1-bedroom option, maybe there's a 2-bedroom option. I mean, these are really detached ADU options that can just kind of go in the backyard. So anything that's more bespoke or tailored would have to go through like a normal, ADU review process.
Okay, great, thank you. That's, and so just on timing, so I had thought that the requirement was that we do have pre-approved plans by January 1st, 2025, but it sounds like we have to sort of start the process of receiving plans for pre-approval. Is there any requirement, or if not, what's your expectation on when we have plans that are officially pre-approved?
Yeah, so my understanding of the state law, and I would refer to our city attorney if she wants to correct me on any of this, is that what the legislation says is that a program needs to be put in place. However, our goal is to have pre-approved plans on the website before January 1st. We already know that there's a handful of folks who do want to submit and go through that process. So we actually just met with the building department earlier this week to start to set up that process for being able to expeditiously review them and get them on the website before the end of the year.
Great, thank you. And then I'm kind of working from back to front here. So I really appreciated the breakdown of what's sort of in the pipeline and the different affordability levels. I'm looking now at page 4 of our staff report. You can probably find the slide. My question is on the small scale pipeline projects. We have 27 total very low income, 165 low income. And I think some of those include ADUs. I'm curious what of these, but ADUs aren't deed restricted low income. We're just making assumptions based on size. Is that right? So I guess my question is, how many of the very low income and low income units in this table are actually deed restricted low income?
I would have to go back to the numbers to get a specific answer for you, but the majority of these are ADUs where HCD has given guidance that we can make assumptions under the income categories that they've fallen under. And these numbers were taken directly from the annual housing progress report. So they've already been submitted to HCD, reviewed, and so far they may change their determination on ADUs in the future, but so far we've been able to count them under these income levels.
Right. And we know, I think just from anecdotally or from others, we can guess that, a lot of these aren't necessarily rental units at all. People have created ADUs for their own uses. Okay. I think in the future it'd be helpful to distinguish those things. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I just have one question, and then I'll have comments after public comment. The property 2205 Harbor Boulevard, the Mesa Motel, what is that project?
Yeah, thank you. Hold on, let me go back to that slide. Sorry, can you say the address again?
2205. So I don't think you posted a graphic on it. It just says entitlement in review 46 very low income units.
Oh, in the table. Let me take a look while we have public comment, and hopefully I can
Okay.
get an answer for you.
Sure.
I'll continue to look into it, and we can come back after
Oh,
public
okay, I
comment
thought
if
you were
want.
going to
Okay.
respond. Okay, public comment? Oh, here we go. All right. Anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk, for this one? One person on Zoom? Okay. Two people? All right. Go ahead, Commissioner, you have the floor.
All right. Speaking on behalf of myself only, I do want to express that when I saw that winter on the next steps last slide, I was very worried and encouraged to know that it is Q1 2025. But if there is any piece of feedback that I would have for any housing program and all of our housing stuff, it's that we move quicker in the housing implementation, in working in the planning department. Just these last few months that I have been on the commission, I have seen some lengthy timelines. And I really hope that we move towards these goals a lot quicker. I mean, just with Fairview, we had scheduled a study session, a joint study session for June, and then that got canceled and then pushed back to last month, and then that got canceled and then pushed back to December, January maybe. And so I'm just worried that we keep pushing things back and then we don't end up doing things. I mean, we're already way past some of our housing element deadlines. So I just, if there's one piece of feedback that you give tonight, I really hope that it's please do things a lot quicker. The housing crisis is not going to solve itself, and we're certainly not helping if we keep delaying. Thank you.
Okay, anybody now on Zoom?
Resilience OC, please.
Hi, Resilience OC.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Christian Lopez with Resilience OC. I work directly with community members here in the city of Costa Mesa, the majority who are lower income Latino families. I'm here to represent those community members who are not able to attend this council meeting and advocate on their behalf. We are approximately 4 years into the planning period for the 2021-2029 RENA cycle, which allocated approximately 12,000 housing units. And the city is falling behind on meeting the housing needs for lower income individuals and families. According to this progress update, the city currently has about 48% of above moderate RENA units in the pipeline, and only 13% for the very low income RENA units in the pipeline. The RENA allotment for the very low income category is already a low number when compared to the higher income categories. So, and the city must be doing more to prioritize and support the production of lower income units. I ask that the city prioritize lower income units with the funds that are dedicated in the city's 2.5 million new housing trust fund. And I also ask that the city prioritize future funds from in lieu fees for the production of lower income housing and supporting tenants. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Roberto, please.
Roberto, you have the floor.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. This is Roberto with Resilience Orange County. And I just would like to echo my colleagues' comments. Yeah, I just want to comment on, as was mentioned, the progress of the housing element, particularly regarding the production of affordable housing, moderate, low, and very low. While the city of Costa Mesa is close to meeting 48% of its market rate housing goals, the city is significantly lagging behind when it comes to moderate, low, and very low housing. As of now, working families, seniors, and others in our community are being left behind. Housing affordability is critical, not just for individual well-being, but also for the health and vibrancy of our entire city. Costa Mesa has a responsibility to ensure that all income levels have access to safe and affordable housing. Without prioritizing affordable units, we risk further displacement, homelessness, and the erosion of the diverse community that makes up Costa Mesa. We need innovative policies and stronger enforcement mechanisms to encourage and accelerate the production of affordable homes. Again, as mentioned, for moderate, low, and very low categories. I urge you all to take steps to address these gaps. Let's ensure Costa Mesa is a place where everyone, regardless of income, can live and thrive. Thank you again for your time.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. Does anybody want to make a motion?
No, I want to make comments.
Well, let's do it in the, we can do it in the context of a motion. I'm going to move to receive and file, and then anybody can make comments they want.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay, good. So, really good work, good presentation, very, very impressive. This is your first time that you've made a presentation like this? Well, I think you're doing a really good job, I just want to say. I mean, not here. I mean, obviously you're a pro, but it's quite good. And we have done a lot of work and everything like that. I do have one question. Where are we at with the cannabis first-time home buyers, cannabis tax first-time home buyers program?
I don't have an update from Carol, but I can get that to you soon.
There's feedback.
Sorry, Mayor Stevens. I'll have to reach out to Carol to get the latest numbers.
Well, I mean, irrespective of the numbers, as I know, it's just growing, whatever it is. Last time it was 200 and some odd thousand, and it's more, right? So the question I have is not what the numbers are, but where are we in terms of creating a program, if any, if at all, because that didn't appear on our list of things that we're doing.
So that program was not part of our housing element, but it is being run by our Housing and Community Development Department, which is actually different from planning, but I can follow up with those staff members to see where they are. Only a few months ago, there wasn't enough funding in the pot for them to really begin exploring their options. But as it grows, I think they'll want to look at larger opportunities.
Okay. Is there a day, can I, just for a placeholder in my mind to set my expectations, are we talking about, just within some order of magnitude, are we talking about, can we narrow it down to if it's going to be the first half of 2025, the second half of 2025? Is it going to be sometime in 2026?
Mayor?
What, just some order of magnitude.
Yeah, I think what we were trying to get to was a certain dollar amount so that we could actually come to you with regulations or a proposal and then have something to go with given existing home prices, right? So if we're thinking, let's just use round numbers, $1 million home, 20% down payment, the $200,000 would be for basically one down payment on a home. So Mikkel was going to look at our first-time home buyer. We had a first-time home buyers program in the city, and Mikkel, who's our grants coordinator, was going to dig up those former guidelines and regulations for the program that we had in the past and try to modify them for this, update them, sort of bring them current. And then once we got to a little bit more, maybe to the, maybe even two, if we could do two of these, bring something to you. But given existing home prices, that's not been the focus right now for her at the moment because she's operating and overseeing lots of our other grant programs.
I just want to have a discussion, not now and not on the floor, but the idea that the first-time home buyers program from the cannabis tax was to pay for anyone's down payment, I think is erroneous. So what it was to supplement and have some amount of money. So if, for example, and I'm just saying this, I'm not soliciting a response. I'm saying we can have a discussion about it. If it's $1 million home and there's $200,000 is the down payment, if we gave $20,000 in support, we can help 10 people. I mean, we don't need to pay anyone's full down payment. That was never my expectation when I made my motion back in 2021 to include it in the cannabis ordinance. So
then we would need to significantly revisit our current regulations because that's how the programs have been designed in the past when it comes to the federal funds. We were going to try to model that as closely as we could to the federal funds because it's just something that's existing. So that's good feedback. And we'll bring something back sometime next year probably when she's had more time to take a look at it and put some other regulations together.
okay, thank you. So my other comments in support of the motion is really good. All that stuff I said, I like the direction. And I think that, I think we all need to remember we're all very anxious to move forward, and rightfully so. But these projects take time, and and they do require patience. Speaking of patience, we have George Sakioka here, who's in the audience. And I'm reminded of the Halcyon House, which is a beautiful program. And it, I think, started to, if I'm not mistaken, started to become occupied in 2023. It's a beautiful complex, and it was entitled in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. So these programs and then the entitlement process, just say for the sake of discussion, took 2 years. So sometimes to build these, and that was a market rate project by an experienced developer with the best contractors. So these projects do take time. And so, I don't know why I keep getting back to the 70s. I'm stuck in the 70s, but John Wooden said never confuse activity with achievement. So these are projects that the Halcyon House will be there for decades. And so these projects that we're talking about, we need to get them right. And sometimes it takes a little extra time and patience. And so I know it's important. I know we need to move quickly, but not at the expense of, quality. That's all I have to say. Anybody else? Second.
Thank you, Mayor. Good motion. And staff, thank you for your work on this pressing issue. I have a couple comments, and I think this is more just kind of looking forward, setting priorities for the future. I spent a lot of time looking at housing production over the past 6 years in City Council. It's been an interesting journey to go down, and I keep looking at the fact that when it comes to addressing a housing crisis, there's really only 3 things government can do. We can stabilize, which we've done with tenant protections. We can subsidize, which we're doing with, giving land away, like at the senior center, and or IHO policies, which we just passed. But the third thing, and I think the thing that we need to focus most on, is supply, which I think we need the most. Again, we've done a lot of good progress with the last 2 categories, but supply I think is lacking. I mentioned that because I am the last of the millennials, and I ran for city council to support my sister, who's probably the last of the Gen Zs, and I don't know if I feel confident that her generation, let alone the next one, will have housing in Costa Mesa or anywhere else. I understand it takes time, but I think the one thing I want to see is urgency. So some of the things I want to see is moving forward do with urgency would be to prioritize rezoning, because we've done stabilization, we've done subsidization. I want to see us focus on streamlining wherever we can. And I want to see us using Tesla to be more proactive with projects. Again, I think we're doing good in terms of addressing the whole system, but supply is the thing we need right now the most. I also think it's important for us to remember that we should be expeditiously looking at ways to streamline projects, like removing parking minimums. We should be looking at ways to remove outdated policies like the overlay zones that displace renters for ownership, essentially reducing our housing supply. I think it's crucial for us to get those residents' opinions on how they want designs to look. That to me should have been done concurrently this past couple years. A feel is not the same as density. A feel is just an aesthetic, and I think we need to have input from the community so that when we do build projects, they're comfortable with how it looks in the community. And again, I just want to say, move with urgency. I'm the only renter in this dais. I keep saying that because over half of city rents. Every year, my rent goes up without fail. And I'm not alone in this. 60% of the city roughly has the same issue I do. So we've done a lot of good work, and I'm proud of the good work we've done, and I don't want to diminish anything we've done, but supply is what we need now, and I think if we can just start prioritizing that these next 2 years, I'll be feeling a little bit more relieved and a bit less anxious. But overall, thank you guys for the work you do. We appreciate the effort you put into FTC and the policies for tenant protections and for senior tenant projects.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. The housing element, I think we heard tonight, was approved in November of 2022. We're nearly 2 years in. And like Councilmember Chavez said, we've done a lot of great work. I mean, there's no lack of work for our Community and Development Services Department. But I share his not only interest, but I think kind of demand for urgency here. The rezoning should be our priority. And I look at a 3-year schedule and I just say, quite frankly, that's just not feasible. I mean, it could be half that time. And in fact, I would put it to the consultant teams to come up with some creative ways to have an accelerated schedule. That's, in our prerogative. We can actually dictate what that time period looks like. And let's let them be creative and figure out how we can do that. We just do not have the luxury of time here. And I talk to residents every day, and housing, like Councilmember Chavez says, is on top of mind. The costs of mortgages, the rental burdens, the lack of supply, affordability. I mean, all of this is not abstract. So we need to do whatever we can to expedite this. And really, if it means, redirecting resources and focusing on just on this, from my 2 cents, I think the rezoning is the most important thing that we can do.
Thank you. Okay, let's call for the question. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Councilmember Reynolds.
I have a half-chewed chip in my mouth, so I was delaying hitting the button. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to add a few comments to that. First of all, I agree with the comment on the excellent presentation. I had sent a little text to the city manager saying, wow, Anna's great. So congrats on the presentation, and to the whole team for all of the work. I'm really happy to see all of the stuff that's still ahead of us. Of course, I wish we were in it too, but just proud that this is work that our council is prioritizing. I really like the tables you show that track sort of our progress, what's in pipeline in each of the categories. And I expect and anticipate that you're going to continue doing that. I would request, as you do that, within the very low and low income categories, if we can distinguish sort of the different, there's permanent supportive housing in there, there's senior only housing in there, there's these ADUs, which may or may not be really incremental housing. And what stood out to me is, or one of the questions that came up in my mind in thinking about those breakdowns is, are we building very low and low income housing for families? And I want to have a sense of what that number is, because I think we're not on track to meet that need. So that's one of the things that I'll be looking for going forward, because I think a lot of what the testimony we hear in public comment is, parents with kids in schools who are getting evicted and, don't want to leave because this is their home, but also don't want to leave because their kids have their whole world here. So I think that breakdown in our tracking will be really helpful, because those are very unique. There's some very unique, products within the affordability category. And then also we heard some comments about, where there's a lot of units in the pipeline, but like the percentage of our goal on moderate income is way higher than our percentage of our goal on the low and very low. So I think tracking that'll be really helpful. We want to meet all of our goals, but if we're falling behind on the affordability piece, we really need to make sure that we've got strategies in place to keep track on that, because that's the community that's really struggling right now. Just to reiterate on my earlier question, I'm really excited about the ADU pre-approvals. I do think that can be a valuable resource if we can reduce the costs of those projects, and I think the pre-approved plans will help do that. It sounds like you're planning to do this, but I just want to emphasize encouraging a really, a wide range of options there. I agree, a lot of this is geared towards, building new housing, which we all agree that we do need. We've acknowledged in a few previous meetings that we've done a lot to try to stabilize, but those resources are gone, right? And so I know we gave direction at a previous meeting to really look for other opportunities to continue to provide some of that stabilization. And I don't know that we have a plan for this yet, but I'd also like us to make sure that we've got a way to really keep tabs on what's happening in the market now. I think we've developed some really good relationships with community organizations that are doing that in a more systematic way. I've learned that it's hard there's no ready resource to track, what's happening with rents or what's happening with eviction rates, but really having a way to try to assess sort of in real time or quarterly or whatever what's happening, I think is going to be really important for us, because it is a huge percentage of our population that's hurting now, and all of the work we're talking about, as the mayor said, really doesn't show up until years and years and years from now when things can get built. So we've got a lot of work to do still to help people who are struggling now. Lastly, I'll share agreement that this work is also probably my highest priority in terms of our council work. I totally support anything we can do to keep it at the top, to do it as fast as we can. I think that means, and I'm going to acknowledge and say it out loud, invite the city manager to tell us when we're doing something that slows the work down, right? Tell us if we're trying to add another 5 CIP projects, and you can, I'm saying this after we approve the CIP, but or the CAAP. But tell us over the next couple of years if we're doing something that's compromising the schedule or that's slowing down the schedule. I want to know what that is, and then also, when the team needs resources to keep this moving on the schedule. It is a priority, and I do think that we're ready to respond to make sure that we keep this on the track that we need it to be on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, good. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, last item. New business item number 4. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Acceptance of Part 1 of the Storm Drain Master Drainage Plan Update. Presentation by Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Works Director.
Mr. Mayor and City Council.
Hold on one second. I guess we need to make room for the storm drain team.
Yes.
This is all right, Director. We have time for them to gets situated.
Yeah, while they're coming in, just want to introduce the team.
Oh, you want to do them kind of like?
Just introduce them.
Do we need like music or something? Da 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 da. Y'all ready for this? All right.
So we got our city engineer Sung Yang and senior engineer Bobby Faladi, and we have our consultant from Q3, Tom Ryan. So let me. I guess ready.
All right.
Yeah, they'll work on the presentation, and then if there are any questions, we'll be here to answer them.
All right. You all have the floor.
Tom, yeah, you can go ahead.
Go ahead, Tom. Okay, you can introduce yourself. Okay. Good evening, council members, mayor. I'm Tom Ryan from Q3 Consulting. I was the project manager on the storm drain master plan. I brought with me Candace Tong. She was a project engineer and the technical expert on this. So we're going to be going over a very high-level, brief description of the report that was created. So for the introduction, the storm drain system master plan, the whole program itself is actually divided into 3 components. The one component that we're going to be talking about tonight consists of 2 reports, the existing condition assessment report of your existing storm drain, as well as the proposed drainage and water quality improvements report. So after this is completed, and what's going on concurrently is the drainage fee and finance study, and that's probably slated to be completed in the next 2 months. After that, there's the West Side Improvements concept plans. There's a specific location that was allocated for improvements that you'll see in a little bit. So as part of this process, we had 2 community meetings where we invited the community to come in and we presented, for example, the existing condition assessment report, just to make sure that there was no comments or to actually garner comments from the community about other locations that might be flooded that were people's concerns were. We also had another meeting when we had the proposed infrastructure to get comments again on our proposed improvements. So those comments were added to the report and to some of our solutions that we identified. So to give you a quick description of what the master plan report entailed was we utilized a more advanced program, a software program for stormwater modeling than what's typically done. We've updated the GIS database for the city, adding a more robust, we've corrected some of the facilities that are in there currently, and then we added a new layer of our proposed system. We did a comprehensive analysis of the city, and what that means is we did a model that included a lot of different storm drains at one time. So we didn't individually look at each storm drain. We actually created models that comprehensively looked at all of them at once. We identified there's a lot of hurdles and limitations in the city of Costa Mesa, which really limited the solutions we can identify. We identified more economical solutions. What that means is a typical master plan looks at a very conservative approach. We looked at a more refined approach to limit and actually, believe it or not, to actually reduce the estimated cost at the end. Then we also looked at water quality facilities for a regional level water quality facilities within the city. So some of the drainage hurdles here on the right side, you can kind of see a graphic of the famous Pomona 17th Street area that typically floods. Some of the hurdles that we have is, for example, in this area, we have downstream constraints where the water will go into a different city's storm drain. That creates a massive problem. We can't just make your pipes bigger and send them more flow. Urbanization, a lot of the city's already currently built out, so that doesn't leave a lot of locations for us to do surface attenuation of flood control measures. And as you know, you have a quite flat city, especially up on the bluff area, which lends itself to a lot of flooding, and there's not a lot of slope for subsurface pipes. Water quality requirements are always an issue, but we address those here. And the constructability and feasibility, that's another issue that we've run into because of the flatness. When you have to have water flow downhill, sometimes these pipes get really deep. So sometimes that limits what we can do in the city. So the recommended design criteria, we were governed by the regional facilities, the county facilities that we're discharging into were actually designed for a 25-year storm event. What that means is we can't, for example, size our systems to what is typically standard as a 100-year. We cannot do that because we'll over surcharge those county facilities. So everything here was, we were looking at a 25-year storm event. We also looked at some areas where there's restrictions and a lot of those hurdles I talked about of maybe relaxing on some of the criteria and allowing some what we call allowable ponding. What that means is we allow it to pond where there's no houses get flooded. And supposedly, or we have safety issues as well, but we try to limit as much as we can. And what that does is it saves a lot of money, makes a project a lot more feasible. So some of the measures that we looked at when we looked at a citywide drainage study was surface attenuation, like I brought up before, subsurface attenuation, and then obviously improving conveyance, putting in a larger system of pipe. And then we looked at alternative measures, reducing the velocity and even green infrastructure where we could. So the way we looked at the city was we divided it into 4 sub-areas. What that means is we looked at, here you can kind of see northwest, east. We actually have 2 east because the model got so big we had to divide it. So, but these are all just 2 watersheds. You have the Santa Ana River and the Newport Bay. So the water goes to one or the other, and some of it actually goes down to the ocean down by Newport. So we ran the models for 3 different storm events, and I'll keep it short, and if there's questions on what some of this terminology means, I'll be happy to answer it. So we have the 10-year, 25-year, and 100 years what we ran for all of our models. Now I'm just going to show you some brief overviews of some of these red areas. When we did the existing condition assessment report, we actually prioritized your existing storm drain, what was the most I would say surcharged or deficient. We use that to help identify some of these improvements that we proposed. This is just an overview of the west sub-area, some of the improvements that we have, and we came up with a cost of just under $33 million if you were to fix everything in the west area. Here we have the north area, just under $11 million. To fix all of what we recommend within this area as well. Now we have just under $8 million for the east and north, and the east-south we have about $42 million. So if you look at the report, we actually break these down into very definitive locations and projects, so you can actually see a lot more detailed of each one of these locations. So all said and done, for the flood control aspect, we have about $93 million was the total for the flood control projects. One other thing we looked at is water quality. And some of the ideas with water quality, keep in mind this is regional. This isn't small little, every single house has to have a certain amount of water quality. This is actually, can we gather all the water in one major location and do a mass treatment for it? So we looked at public lands. We tried to stay away from schools. We understand that there's also hurdles here like vector issues with mosquitoes and whatnot. Flat topography. We try to stay away from pump systems. We understand that there's a trash TMDL. What that means is there's guidelines now on all your discharge out to the ocean for trash. And so we actually implemented that in some of our ideas. So we looked for some regional studies, some locations for some big basins, which you'll see one quick slide for that. But we found some other locations where we can identify some of these inline trash collectors, and the city just actually recently put one in. So this is an exhibit, all these little circles that you see here, and actually the little dots. The dots are the trash collector, and the circles are actually locations where we can actually put regional treatment that treats it on a much larger scale. So if you look at all the regional stuff, we have 4 projects that we think are very viable at about $12.5 million. Another thing we looked at, it was the life cycle for corrugated metal pipe. The city currently has a ton of this old corrugated metal pipe, typically has a life cycle of about 50 years. What they're starting to see during the process of this report, we were getting calls from the city staff saying, hey, we have some failures. There's some, so what do we do about this? So we estimated how much existing corrugated metal pipe you have, and then how much it would cost to replace it. So if you were to do that, this would be about $7.5 million. So we added that into this price here, and your total price for flood control, water quality, and CAP replacement was about $112. So the next steps here would just be to, now that we're finished with phase 1, would be to finalize the drainage fee and finance study. And then from there, we would go on and do the concept plans for the west side improvements, which is that 17th and Pomona area. So I know that was very quick and a very 10,000 foot level, but if you have any questions, I'd definitely like to answer them.
Questions, council? Councilmember Marr.
All right, I'm a mechanical P, not a civil. So can you just explain the flood control channels? I have never seen substantive amounts of water in the flood control channels, despite how large they are. They cut through our city. Santa Ana? Or I mean, even so the north part of my district is the Baker-Paularino channel, right? Yep. And that's one where we've talked for years about whether or not we could use the road alongside of it for other things, and we can't because the county needs access to it. So how does the capacity of the flood control channels factor into the analysis that you performed here?
So the flood control channels are the county will use a specific guideline to design them. Whether currently today, if it's brand new, it's a 100-year storm event. So imagine theoretically, it could be one time every 100 years it'll fill up. So that goes along with like what you've seen. It's not very full very often.
It's not even like a quarter full, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. Yeah. Maybe I'm just thinking about that one because it's kind of in my backyard. But like, I've never seen it 10% full. And so when we think about, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to expand the capacity of our system, I'm just, do you think that? Do you think in the event of a 100-year storm that like that water would fill up in the existing county flood control channels?
That facility, the channel you're talking about is a 25-year channel, and some of the smaller inlets and laterals that are connected to it are not 25-year. They're more like 10 years. So what might be happening is the 25-year may not be getting to it.
Okay.
So you're probably getting some ancillary flooding around the area. You know, 6 inches, 8 inches here and there ponding, but nothing ever gets to it. So we see that happen quite a bit. Like the Greenville Banning Channel, I've seen that flood quite a bit. Santa Ana, of course, we've seen it up to the top. Everybody here knows the 17th and Pomona Lake.
I referenced it earlier today, in fact. Yes.
So that's, I think that's what spurred this study on, is like, what can we do about that? And there's a lot of issues at that specific site. Mm-hmm. That channel, that pipe system underneath actually surcharges. So you're actually getting it's not just the runoff that's going down into that low point, but the pipe and the inlets are actually actively pressing flows
backing up essentially.
Yeah, so we calculated that location with our model. We were able to look at an actual storm event where we had photos, the guy on the surfboard, and the city did a really good job of going out there and measuring how deep it was. So we ran that actual storm event. We can actually put the rain data in the model, and we were within 2 to 3 inches of how deep that was. And what we were finding is we were getting 60 CFS, 60 CFS coming out of those inlets. So they were surcharging like an artesian well.
Cubic feet per second?
Cubic feet per second,
Got
which
it,
is
okay.
a lot. So there are times that, storms like that occur in the Polarino Channel. I think we probably saw that as well, but what we do in our proposed condition is we make sure that all that water gets to it. So we don't want the city to flood. We want to actually utilize the channel's capacity. So in the existing condition, I think you're right. I don't think we showed it flowing very full, but I think we showed it flowing very full when we had our proposed condition, because now we were really getting all the rainfall into it, all the runoff.
Got it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Mar, I remember at least one instance where Polynesia actually flooded. It did
Brenda's
flood.
nodding, so it really happened.
It was about 20 some years ago, but it did
Do you have
flood.
pictures?
And there were pictures back then. Yeah, there were pictures of that, and people were on their boats and stuff like that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So you talked about surface attenuation. I did not read the 158-page report, but I did search it for words like permeable and asphalt and bioswales. So how can you think, well, I guess let me start with, did your model include any amount of like permeability or bioswales, ways in which we can have the water drain into the soil essentially? Go ahead, I'll let you answer that first.
Sure. There's two concerns that we had. One is the soil type of this area is actually not very pervious at all. And the second thing was the fact that the curb and gutters and the urbanization is such that you would have to take out, for example, a sidewalk to implement a vegetated bioswale. And we've done this study. We've done one very recently in the city of Encinitas where we did a model where we took out all their sidewalk and we implemented a green infrastructure. We also actually looked at pervious pavers as well. So we actually really increased the amount of perviousness. For a 100-year storm event, we had about a 4% reduction in volume. For a 5-year storm event, we had about a 13%. So what we identified, and this is concurrent with other studies that we read, is for massive flood control. It doesn't really do much within urban areas. If you were lucky enough to live in a rural area, that makes a big difference because everything is open. You can use medians, you can use both medians and the sides. But in urban areas, it's very difficult. We have some proposed improvements for Fairview, like really close. There's a flooded area over in the development just west of Fairview Park. And so we actually, one of our proposed solutions there was to actually add a vegetated swale, a channel that allowed it to percolate. We got to be careful though, because you have the bluffs right there. So we had to make sure that it couldn't impact the stability of those bluffs.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. In the cases where it looks like it's a city block at a time, I mean, those are the places where, if it's 4%, but it means we can hold off on replacing a $3 million pipe for another couple of years. I mean, there might be some cost benefit, right?
The problem comes with how flat some of those areas are, because the biggest ponded areas that you have in the city are really flat. So it was hard for us to even get a pipe to have a slope, because if you chase it long enough, it gets deeper and deeper because the ground is flat.
Right.
And so a swale, we couldn't do it because it would just be standing water after a while.
Got it. Okay. So I live in what you've just defined as east-north. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, there's no page numbers. So for the Mesa Del Mar neighborhood, there's like one little red divot that looks like it goes into the flood control channel. So is that what you're talking about? That's one of the feeders, essentially, of the flood control channel that's currently backed up? So
a lot of the feeders are small. So what happens is we notice in our models, you'll get ponding that occurs on the street instead of going into the pipe. So it might be 6 inches, so nobody's complaining, and it's only there for a few hours. But it doesn't really get into the channel at a peak time to make the whole thing flood, unless it's a really large storm event.
Yeah. I mean, that is one that's like across the alley from a fairly large school site. So if anything if the playground flooded a little
Yeah.
bit, I think we'd prefer that to a neighborhood, but
We
yeah.
try to keep everything out of school. So if the park's okay, school's not okay. So we kind of had some guidelines that we're abiding to. And a lot of cities are the same. They don't want their schools flooded, unless it was a very designated park that was adjacent to it that was blocked off.
And before I get hate mail, to be clear, I'm not talking about the school buildings. I'm talking about like the very large field that's at the backside of Sonora Elementary.
Yeah.
Okay. That abuts the flood control channel. Anywho, all right, I'm good. Thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, just a quick question. So we got, I was able to participate in a meeting with the Coastal Corridor Alliance and MRCA about some questions and concerns related to drainage and discharge on the west side of Costa Mesa into Randall Preserve. We got a letter from them with some specific recommendations, and I just wanted to confirm with staff that you've got no concerns about their recommendations.
You want me to talk? Oh. Do you want staff or you want me to? Okay.
So specifically, the recommendations are one is simply acknowledge that, our drainage doesn't go straight into the Santa Ana River. There's 400 acres of Randall Preserve and, 100+ acres of Talbert. So just acknowledging that that's actually where the drainage is happening, correct?
Correct, great. So Councilmember Reynolds, with respect to what the Coastal Commissioners and the Mountain Conservancy has alluded to, we have no concerns about that. A lot of their main concerns is that a lot of the trash accumulation that has been emanating because of the storm drains and everything, that's all part of our program of water quality, which we are already adhere to already. And more than anything, that system will be improved through the course of the Storm Drain System Master Plan.
Right. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Gameros.
Yes, thank you. So I have a few questions. If you look at page 16, up in the northern part of the map there, 4 and 6, can you tell me what those are specifically? It's the Killybrook Elementary School that you have marked out.
Giesler Park. Giesler Park is number 4.
Yeah.
And looks like number 6 is
Killybrook.
Yeah, I got my glasses.
It's okay, but what are they? They're little black dots, but.
So those were potential locations that we identified where we could get regional flows, but for one reason or another, they were crossed off the list. If it was just a black site, it was just crossed off the list. If it was circled, that means it's viable for a site. So if you look at the legend, it says the potential future MS4 site. That would be the circles, the purple circle around it. So those were just a screening process that we did for the entire city. So the black sites, those trash, these right here, these could be used at any one of those black sites, the black dot sites, I'll call them. So, which would help with the city's current trash TMDL mandate. It's the state. For the state mandate. So everybody has to, up to 5 millimeters, you're supposed to try to capture all your runoff, all your trash.
And can you iterate or reiterate to us why we would not want to use a pump station to try and logistically move water from one end of town to the next?
We actually do actually propose a pump station on one of the sites. It's a maintenance for flood control. For a flood control system, they're actually quite large and they're very expensive, maintenance friendly. Like, as you probably know, Huntington Beach uses pump stations. They're definitely doable. They're just very expensive and maintenance heavy. So one of the goals we're trying to do is keep it as gravity flow as we can possibly keep it.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, let's open it up to the public. Anybody on Zoom? All right, close public comment. Motion by Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, so move staff recommendation to accept the storm drain master drainage plan update with 2 adjustments. One where we reference discharge to the Santa Ana River. We replace that with discharge to Talbot Regional Park, Randall Preserve, and the Santa Ana River corridor, which contain environmental mitigation and sensitive habitat areas. And then on page 21, where we reference environmental restrictions, we add to that, in addition, some downstream discharge areas include environmental mitigation sites and sensitive habitat area.
Second agrees.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, you wish to speak?
I really enjoyed, I didn't spend as much time as I wanted to with the study. I really enjoyed it. I don't know if it was you who gave the presentations years ago on the sort of initial analysis, but I have thought every presentation and report coming out of this project so far was very thorough and accurate in terms of where I see flooding happen, at least on the west side areas. So I'm enjoying seeing this project progress. So thank you for that. And I appreciate the comments submitted by the Coastal Corridor Alliance related to really making sure that we're thoughtful about the rare biological resources that we have on the west side. So that's the reason for my added comments. Thank you.
I agree with Councilmember Reynolds. I appreciate her thoughtfulness in reaching out with Coastal Corridor Alliance and particularly making sure we're not damaging the sensitive habitat at Talbot and Randall Preserve. Overall, this is much needed in our community. Definitely need to be more resilient as we have more intense rains. But overall, thank you for your good work. It's a good motion.
Thank you. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Right. If there's nothing else, we're adjourned.